do we have a good one for you today? If you did not know, now you know. CPI comes out today, guys. So good morning, good morning, good morning. We got CPI coming out. So hide your kids, hide your wife, because things are going to get crazy. Let me turn down my sound before I can't hear myself. All right, good morning, guys. Good morning. Extra silly this morning. Must have had plenty of coffee. But sometimes we need a little extra kick, a little extra boost when you got things like CPI coming out. What is CPI? Well, I am so happy that you asked. Matter of fact, I have it up right here so we can talk about exactly what CPI is. But am I going to be able to find it? Yes, there it is. Economic calendar, the CPI for they do month over month, they do year over year, and we're going to look, and then they also have core CPI, which only measures a certain basket of products without your gas, without your your very volatile assets. So the core price index, or CPI, measures the change in price of goods and services, excluding food and energy. The CPI measures price change from the perspective of the consumer, you sir and me sir. And it is a key way to measure the change in purchasing trends and inflation. So the core excludes food and energy, as where the others, they do not. They leave it all in there. So that's going to happen at 8:30, guys. That's 28 minutes from now. So if you're not excited, I don't know what the heck you're doing here. I put CPI in the data title. All right. So we got, it looks like SPY isn't too shy of the CPI data release, because we are starting to head up back into this resistance area that it created, this cute little pool right here in this area. And it's nothing crazy. The highest volume weighted average price is actually below us here, which is very interesting. So good morning, guys. How are you today? Is there anything that you're looking at? Good morning, New Vision. B. Stewie, good morning, good morning. Yeah, we got to pull up. The CPI expected for the month over month is 0.4. The question is, will it be higher than the expected, or lower than expected, or as expected? So go ahead and leave your vote on the poll. I haven't voted yet, but I think I might just do that right now. So let me look at the poll here, and I'm going to just guess that. Not going to tell you what I guessed, but I've done guessed it. And that's why we call it a guess. Why did I call it a guess? Well, because nobody knows. And if you do know, that's considered insider information, and that is always good to have. So if you have that insider information, please let me know. I want to know. Let me know if it is going to go up or down, because I will put all my chips in one basket. But that's also just a joke, because you can't take other people's trades, because even if you do take somebody else's trades and you win big on it, being able to replicate that is nearly impossible unless you're constantly sitting next to that person taking their trades. So make sure you're doing your own due diligence. Make sure, if you think CPI is going to go one way or the other, or push this market one way or the other, that you at least have risk in mind. Don't go all in on something and then just hold while all your chips get taken right out from underneath you. So right now we are at 388.26 for the SPY, the S&P 500. Okay, and this, I marked out this red line just because I wanted you guys to know this is a volatile area. The price action is around this 388, 389, and 390 area, okay? So we're going to see a little bump in the road there, a little rocky. It might go down from here. It might kind of keep fighting to push through and get through. That would be nice for the overall market. But while we wait, I would like to go through the indices. And as you guys know, I am risk off because the S&P 500 is below this 200-day moving average. And as long as it sits below that 200, I won't be taking any long swings on any assets. What I will be doing, though, is sitting back, relaxing, and watching to see what will happen. Because if we can get above that and we start trading sideways like we did here, then I will be back to being risk on, and I will be looking at my high-flying caps, my stocks that have held up during all of this pullback. Okay, so if we can find the stocks that are doing well, during these trial times in the market, then we will see ourselves a pretty little penny. When the market lifts, it will bring everything up with it. So when it comes to small caps, guys, I'm looking at OCEA because it's back down here in this $8 area. If it can hold this $8 area and start to push, this might be a great risk to use. We talked about this before. I've taken this trade before just to show you guys because I did expect it to come down and test this area as we are testing. So I'd like to see this shape up during morning open. I'd like to see, if I want, if we can take that, 850-ish or 830-ish range again in order for a long to carry on higher. But as I said before, if we can get up to that $12 area, that'd be amazing, But there is liquidity there. There's people sitting there on the books ready to sell. So, we also have some just above us, So this is actually good because if we can just hang out in this area, as I've told you before, if we hang out with the liquidity and we break through like we have and then pull back to test and it holds, I like to see those trades for a longer run. So I do like OCEA. It's not like my number one on my watch list that I want to watch because it is a low float. This will rip your face off. Very, very small float. So be careful in OCEA. But that's how I'm seeing it, guys. This thing could really do a doozy, or this thing could fail. But as long as we keep risk in mind, we can extrapolate some of that yummy money out of the market. So EUDA is another one I'm looking at because, again, I like to see the liquidity be the baggers, the liquidity being eaten away. So we have this liquidity I marked out for you. It came back up here, pulled back up again, traded sideways for a bit, sold off, and then back up in it again, but this time it was different. How is it different? Well, it broke through and it pulled back and it retested this 250 area, and now it's trading at $2.75. So I like it. We're not trading, we're not very liquid in pre-market. But this guys, this is a very liquid stock, or not very liquid stock, I'm sorry. This is a very small float as well. I almost just want to look this up really quick to see what it is. Bear with me. I need to see what the float is on EUDA before I... EUDA. So EUDA is a 7 million stock. So yeah, it is a rip your face off. I figured, I have it in my small float, but I want to know, what are we actually messing with here? It's nice to know what you're messing with, guys, because if you don't and you get too deep into something and then you realize it can move, 31.8%. Literally, EUDA can move 31.8%. That is mind-blowing, honestly. Just imagine what 31.8% in one day could do to your account if you were full in there, full margin, full sweaty mixed sweats. You're just going to be bleeding sweat out of your ears and eyes even. I mean, it won't even just come out of your pores. The sweat is going to be coming out of different areas that you've never seen sweat come out of if you're full account in something that moves 31.8%. So I'm going to steer clear of being Captain Sweaty Hands over here, and I'm not going to go full account. But I will definitely like to keep an eye on this because if it wants to come back down and show me one more bounce during the market open, that might be something I want to take somewhere closer to that $2.50, maybe risking $2.40. I think that might be pretty good. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on this. Matter of fact, I'm going to put a couple alerts on these. So we'll do at or below 256, and we will go to OCEA, and we'll just keep an eye on that one in the morning, because I might just get in for a tasty little trade. So BLPH is another one. This thing is just basing out right here at the $7 area. These are just things I've been watching, guys. I drew this out a long time ago. It did end up holding. So you could have taken this trade after it broke down and reclaimed. You could have used this breakdown and reclaim, and then using these bases, that 584 as your stop. I'm just keeping an eye on BLPH. I don't have a really good read. It's still pretty extended here. This might be topping out and starting to head lower. Not 100% sure about BLPH, but I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it. So, guys, we have CPI index coming out in 20 minutes. 20 minutes, CPI is coming out. and it should be absolutely nutso because we have this V-shape type bottom, and we have this basing period on this 386. Not to mention, if we look on the daily, if we look on the actual daily time frame of this, I drew this liquidity area out for you guys. I even drew the line through the main area, and look, it came right down, broke through that area that I talked about, just by, you know, maybe a buck, 50 cents, a buck, $1.50. And then it just ripped right back up. So, you know, I draw these areas of liquidity just to give you an idea of the roundabout area of where the supply is. And then I gave you this line to show you where the majority of it was. And it was pretty spot on. I'm pretty happy with that analysis right there. It looks beautiful. And now we're just pressing up right here on this 388.39. So that is very nice for the market. It's very nice to see that. But when CPI comes out, that might just smack somebody right in the face. So you need to be careful because CPI is coming out very, very soon. We're going to have it here for you first, guys. So keep that in mind. If you're sticking around for CPI, we just got a few more minutes, less than 20 minutes, guys. So keep that in mind. ASUR over here on this right-hand side, it looks like we had a nice little pullback, and now it's basing out from where it started. So I like the way ASUR looks. ASUR Software is a legitimate company. We looked at playing this on a 5-minute range break here. You would still be in the money a little bit, but if we played this 5-minute range break, we would be out of this. Here's day 1, 2, and 3. We would have taken out half of our shares at some point, and then we'd have held onto this thing until it closed below that 10-day moving average, and we would have gotten the rest out somewhere around break even here. So ASUR was looking good for that 5-minute range break. It's given back some of its gains, but it's still holding all of its gains from its gap up. So I do like ASUR. You got to understand in these tough times that ASUR, you know, might have a little bit more water to tread on. It might be a rocky road for ASUR if we have the CPI index come out higher. Obviously, everything is going to be weighted down if the CPI comes out because they're wondering whether or not the Fed is going to raise interest hikes because there's talk now, guys. There's talk that the Fed might pivot, that they might just say, hey, we broke something here, and Powell might not stay his course. Now, his whole objective is to stay the course. Mini Volcker, as my uncle called him yesterday, mini Volcker, and he wants to stay the course. He wants to raise the hikes. And, I get it. I understand. We got to combat inflation. If we don't combat inflation, we got higher prices. Banks are failing, but, the government says that they're going to step in and they're not going to use, I don't know, yada, yada, yada. It's a big mess, guys. It really is. It's a big mess. So what can we focus on here? Let's focus on CPI. If we focus on CPI, I think we'll have a better understanding of what's to come in the near future. So if you are here from Robinhood Stock Market Watch List, hello, good to see you. You are watching me on the Facebook stream. If you get time, come over to the YouTube and hit that subscribe button for me. It helps me out a lot. That's the only thing I ask is 3 things. Like, subscribe, and show up for this pre-market prep, guys, because if you're here for this pre-market prep, that is an amazing thing that you're doing for yourself. This is the due diligence. We learn, we understand, and we calculate what is to come. That way we can set our lines in the sand, and we know how to play this off. So if that interests you, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. So back to the data. Now CPI is coming out in about 15 minutes, 16 minutes here, guys. 16 minutes, so stay tuned. Now we have the SPY actually pressing up and breaking out that 388 area. We're at 388.81 right now. So this is looking very good for the SPY. When you see a little push like this before the CPI comes out, it always makes you feel good. Yeah, I'm a bear with bull horns. I like to short. I'm a shorty shorting, right? But when we need to chalk those bull horns up, you got to do it. You got to do it while you're down here. You don't want to chalk them horns up when you're all the way at the tippy top, because that's when the bears are getting real thirsty, right? We want to chalk these horns while we're low, while we're hurting, while there's fear and panic, because that's when there can be a pivot, okay? So I'm not saying that there's going to be a pivot. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, but what I'm saying is when everybody is afraid, when there is fear in the market, when there's blood in the water, that is when we need to look for a tasty trade to the north side. Now, we might get that pop just like we talked about yesterday. We got that pop, we got that drop, but then we got a beautiful push off of the supply area, much higher than I anticipated, right back up to this 390 area, and then have been trading sideways. Now, I've been asking for sideways action the whole time that we were above the 200-day moving average. I really did. I asked for some sideways action, but it never wanted to give it to me. So, that being said, hey, that's A-okay. You know, we'll take that sideways action now. That's A-okay. We'll be happy with the sideways action now. Let's just keep on keeping on and keep on heading to the north side. So we're going to go ahead and bring our small caps over here on the right-hand side, and we will keep the large caps on your left-hand side here. So if we want to go through our small caps, just really quick, just understand, guys, a lot of these look like they have failed, and that's why I want to go through them with you. LLAP, you guys remember this? If you look at the bottom right, that is the daily. Failed. REVE, basing out. You know, every time it pops, it drops. CDIO, look at that, fail. ONCS, now we've been following this. We talked about this basing here because we had a big fail but a reclaim, another fail and a reclaim, making higher lows here. Now it's pushing right back up into that resistance at $3. Look, it pushed right back up into that area and it's failing off. I would not be surprised if this super low float popped up into this $3 and then we got a bigger sell off there. XPON, this thing is still following its 10-day moving average very well. It's very interesting to see this thing following it 10-day moving average so well. Now remember, that's a 3.3 million float. That is a small rip your face off or break your bank float. So you need to be careful in any of these small cap floats. We got XELA, which is basing out at its bottom here. Not looking pretty for XELA Technologies. TRKA, we followed this thing from the start all the way to its finish. And what do we have? Of course, we had a huge push, a huge sale at $1, and it sold off hard, bouncing off 50 cents, breaking through 50 cents, bouncing back up to 50 cents, and then selling off from there. So we're going to go ahead and carry on. Do you guys see this? BVS, same thing, guys. So when you look at these small cap floats, I need you guys to be careful. If you're looking at small caps or penny cap stocks, you need to look at the history of all of these. I have held on to these so we could go through all of these so we can learn from them. So if you haven't learned anything just from me sliding through every one of these small cap stocks, there's a huge correlation here, and that's that 95% of these are crap stocks that pump up and then they sell into and dilute their shareholders. So be careful with these small floats, guys. I mean, I just went through, as I was talking, another 6 or 8 or 10 of them, and half of these, I would say at least half of these we called out as shorts on this stream. Of course, me not playing them because they're just still too little speculative. Now, I probably could have made quite a bit of money if I actually just play my own call outs. And we play out my call outs quite often. We just try and stay away from the shorting of the small caps. I like to long the small caps if we can find the right accumulation or the right base. So, but look at LUNR here. You see the $18 level that I pointed out. You know, it just kept failing there, kept failing. Great day trades on all those. But now the three that I like are BPLH. They're holding the 688. UNCI looks like it came back down in its supply because it's trying to eat away that $3, that $2.90, that $3 supply. Now it's holding that $1.90, and you can see we called it just a little while ago how I like this $1.90. It's holding, and then it shot up here. So maybe in market open, we might actually get something that looks really, really pretty. So, guys, we got 11 minutes until market open. Ooh, goodness gracious, Granny Randy's dropping in. What's going on? She's the small cap juice box squeezer right there. Granny Randy dropping millions on those small floats. So watch out because she will squeeze you like a juice box, baby. She says, good morning all. I pray for your day is successful in every way. Granny Randy, we do appreciate that. We hope you too have a blessed day. Let's see what else we got. Tesla. New Vision says Tesla. We'll check out Tesla. We'll go through the indices right now for you, my man. New Vision, a.k.a. Willis, a.k.a. my man. What's up, baby? Good morning. And Rabia S says, morning, Dave, and morning all. Rabia, good morning. It's always good to see you in here. Good morning. Awesome. Man, I love seeing the same faces popping in here, getting their pre-market prep on, getting ready for the day. It's always nice. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for showing up. So we're going to run through the indices, guys. We got SPY trading at 388.62. We got the Russell 2000. It's trading at 175.90. Still looking weaker overall compared to the rest of the stocks. Now we have strong tech-heavy QQQ looking like it's trading at 292.87. Above its closing price yesterday and also above its VSWAP. It's VSWAP. Let's take a look at Netflix. Good old Netflix. So Netflix and chill is just sitting here at 296.65. It's trying to find a base here, guys. I told you after it broke that downward trend line that you see down here on the left-hand side that we have the ability to come all the way down to this 200-day moving average. But we know we had some psychological areas to try and cut through too. But it didn't want to do any of that. It found a nice little base at this 285.33. It bounced back up and is trading sideways just like the rest of our heavy tech. We have correlation, guys. If you've seen, we have correlation between a lot of different things here. So where did the money leave? The money left the banks. The money left the financial institutions. Where did money go? Money went into gold. Money went into Bitcoin. And money went into tech. Okay, that's where our money has went. And we can go through, if you guys wanted to, I have all the ETFs right here. Right here's the financial sector ETF. You can see it took a huge hit. This is our daily right here. Okay, you know, we can run through all these indices. I actually just took these from the chart, guys. You know, he's Dan the man. He's awesome. I just took, you know, and you could do the same thing, guys. You could just take my my ETF sectors. You know, so this here is retail. You know, you can see retail's hurting. I always keep an eye on this 200-day moving average when we're running through this. So retail's below the 200. Obviously, the financial sector took a beating. We got London on the track. So this is the real estate sector, which is below. We have the healthcare, which is below. We have, what is this, materials? Yes, this is materials, which it just broke its 200-day moving average. XLI, which is actually industrial, and it's trading above its 200-day moving average. We have XLU, which is utilities. Guys, we have 8 minutes till CPI data comes out, 8 minutes. XLU, which is utilities, is below the 200-day moving average. We have XLP, which is consumer staples, which is trading just below the 200-day moving average. We have discretionary, which is consumers discretionary, below. XLC, we only got about 5 more to go through this, guys. XLC, which is the communication services, is also below. And we have XBI, biotech, below. XLK, now this is where it gets cool. XLK, which is technology, is above its 200-day moving average. Okay, so we know that technology is doing good. It looks like energy just broke through its 200-day moving average. Okay, and then oil and gas is below. So we have everything below its 200-day moving average except for technology. Isn't that interesting? Now, we could look at, you know, the gold stocks like GOLD and all that stuff, but let's get through the indices right now because we know that we are doing well in tech. So let's keep looking at tech. Amazon is pulling back up. I told you guys I was a fanboy down here in this area. It broke down hard, guys. It broke down hard. You know, where is this thing going to stop? Well, hopefully it found its base at 88.38 and it started pushing up higher. And now we're just kind of chilling up here at 93.56. AMZN is trading, so that looks really, really good. 6 minutes till CPI data gets released, guys. So be here for it, guys. We're going to release it right here. I can show you how we do it. I actually learned it from a buddy of mine, Carlos Moreno from Robinhood Stock Market Watch List. He actually uses the economic data charting, which is great to use, guys. you can just go right on here and bring up the data yourself, and it actually has, you know, some awesome, I mean, you can get all of your information for free, just like I always like to broadcast. We can get all of our information for free using these services. So keep that in mind, guys. That's what I'm using. That's what I'm bringing you the data, so that way I can bring it to you the absolute best that I possibly can, okay? So we are going to make sure we get that updated ASAP. Let's get through these really quick because it's only 5 more minutes till the data comes out. So let's make sure we know what's going on. So Meta's kind of trading in this range here. You know, we've seen a huge hit, guys. We've seen a huge sell-off, a huge hit. And then you guys were here on the video with me this morning, that huge hit it took. We played that. We had a small bounce in NVIDIA, huge hit. And then we got out half and then took the rest out for break even. That was an amazing trade. Meta looks quite similar, but it didn't have the same push up in the morning. Now it just traded it chop, chop, chop all day yesterday, and now it's still trading sideways. So that is actually good news overall for Meta. If it wants to trade sideways, we know the bulls like to hang out together before heading higher. As where the bears like to swipe before they head lower. So right now it looks like we are trying to see some of that sideways action for Meta, just trading in that range of 182 to 184-ish area, and we're going to see what comes of that. So we only got 4 more minutes, guys. Less than 4 minutes. Less than 4 minutes. We got 3 minutes now until the data comes out. We're going to see the market. We're going to see a big reaction, guys, regardless. I can almost guarantee that. You guys need to stick around for this. We're about to see a pretty big reaction in this data. We're going to see a reaction on the charts. We're going to see big patterns moving when this data comes in. So I'm going to keep the SPY over here on this top right-hand side, okay? And we're ready, guys. We're ready for the data to come in. We're not going to miss it today, baby. No way, no how. So we got the SPY trading at 388.65. Things are looking absolutely scrumptious. NVIDIA, so this is the trade that we did yesterday. We had this pop up. It was a beautiful pop right up into this 230 area, this resistance. We took 100 share. Actually, we only took 25 shares of this. 100 shares, we would have made a beautiful penny, but we just took 25 shares to get our morning off started, and boom, we took out half and we stopped the other half out right here in this area. So we made, I think, maybe $80 on that trade, you know, nothing too crazy, but $80 is $80, guys. That's it's enough to buy groceries for the week anyway. So you know, I'm happy with it, happy with the trade. So we're gonna see, because guys, we have CPI data coming out in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, guys. So I hope you are here, I hope you are ready, I hope you are willing to kick some booty, because when these numbers come out, we are going to see whether or not the inflation data is going to tell Mr. Powell, hey, let's raise these hikes, hike up them pants, put those big boy pants on, tighten that belt up because we are in for a rough ride, and Mr. Papa Powell is going to stay the course. Or maybe we show some awesome improvement on the CPI data, and we show that our actual is much lower. Our CPI data is much lower than it's expected for month over month and year over year. So when the data comes out, I'll be giving you the month over month compared to February 1st, and then we will go through the year over year. So we have about 1 minute until this data is coming out, guys. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled and keep things looking tasty on the charts for you, because we have CPI coming out in less than 2 minutes. So guys, be careful out there. If you have any trades and you need, if you feel like you're hurting in any way in these trades, guys, CPI data is not something to hold on to. This will rip your face off. You think low floats will do it to you? The CPI data will do the exact same. This will move markets. So here we go. We don't have too much time left, guys. We are going to have it out for you as quick as we possibly can, but I can promise you this, because I've seen this enough. You are going to see it in the charts. You are going to see it in the charts right away. Why? Because we have algorithmic traders, meaning computers trade these, guys, and they can read and they can trade the data faster. That's why I always will take technical patterns, technical data over the overall data that's being given to me. So that's why I don't guess into CPI. I don't do anything like that. I had to unlock my chair wheel. we don't guess on CPI. We wait until the data comes out, we read the data, and then we watch the charts for technical patterns. So we know where our patterns are. We know where our plays are to be. But what I want to see is CPI data take off, make new areas, show me where the levels are, and then bada bing, bada boom, we'll have a better understanding of what is to come. So here we go. It looks like the CPI data has came out. At least it's showing it on the charts. We're getting a refresher right here on this page. We don't have any news just yet, guys, so hold on. Hold on, we're waiting for the data to come in. Still waiting for this data to come through. It doesn't look too good right now for the overall SPY. It looks like we had a big wick down, but it's buying. It's getting bought back up very quickly. We're still trading at 387.58. Was that a dark pool wick that I seen there, guys? That could have been a big dark pool wick, a big sell-off, a trader, one big hand to another big hand. It looks like we're getting bought right back up. We're at 388.37 now, and the data's out. We are at higher than expected. We are at 0.5%. The forecast was 0.4. We're at 0.5% on the month over month, and at 6%, which is the year over year, and the forecasted was year over year. So we came out a little bit worse than expected on the actual forecast for the month over month, only 0.1 higher, but the year over year, we are still sitting at that 6.0. So it came out what is to be as expected in a sense, maybe just a little higher than expected. So guys, you know, this it looks like it's acting accordingly. It's acting well, but we need to take this data. We need to understand, guys, when we have this data, it doesn't mean it's going to go straight up or straight down. Sometimes we're going to see some different we're going to see different movements, different price action in this. So watch it. Watch what it does at these highs. Watch what it does at the lows, and keep an eye on it, guys, because you do not want to get caught in something crazy when it comes to trading these. So I always suggest give it time. Give it time to figure out what direction it wants to go. Check out these, you know, check out the highs, check out the areas of liquidity that it's running into, and we can get a sense and a better understanding of what is to come. So right now I'm seeing selling off in NVDA at those highs. I'm seeing selling off in the SPY at those highs. What's the Qs? How are the Qs taking this information? Now it's heading back up. We're back up to 234.52 on NVDA and 293.28 on the Qs. So the Qs are really what I really want to watch, because that's what's been overall holding up these markets very, very well. And you know, if you want to see things really react and really happen, we want to see what our leaders are doing. So what is the Q? What are the Qs doing? Are these leaders holding up? Are they doing us justification? Are they showing us that we do have some strength in this market, that we can continue higher? And that's why I've got my eyes peeled on NVDA, because NVIDIA has been one of our highest flyers ever since it came out with earnings. And we see it keeps trying to push up, and now it's selling off. Push up, sell off, push up, sell off. So I'm wondering here if this is going to eat away its liquidity above it and then try and push higher. But look at this beautiful move we've had in the market. It came all the way down and then pushed right back up, and now it's trading right at where it was, guys. Isn't that amazing? You know, all of this action, all of this amazing movement, but yet it's sitting right back, right where we started. So that's why it is so hard to trade these, and I rather wait until after the move, because a lot of times you'll see, and it will choose by 9 o'clock, by market open, it'll choose which way it wants to go. Now it seems like it's holding out on NVIDIA's highs very well right here. So it's holding out very well. It's looking like, you know, it wants to hold. And if it wants to hold at these highs, that's good news as well. That is good news as well. So guys, right there, you've seen it here first. You've seen it come out. We had that information out within seconds after it came out. So go ahead and do me a huge favor. If I brought you any enjoyment, any type of want or entertainment, just make sure you're live on the screen. Make sure you vote on this poll right here. Actually, we have to end this poll. We gotta end this poll, and we'll bring out a new one. But guys, go ahead and leave a like, leave a subscribe. It helps me out amazing. There's only 3 things I ask on this show, guys. Show up for the pre-market prep so you can watch awesome data moves like this. Make sure you hit that like and make sure you hit that subscribe. Other than that, everything is free, guys. Everything that you see here is free. So let me catch up on the chat, because goodness gracious, it looks like I have not looked at the chat in quite some time. So let me take a sip, and then we'll catch up on chat, and we'll just keep an eye on CPI to see how the data is going to work out. Oh, yeah, that was fun. That was fun, guys. That was awesome. Woo! And stick around, guys, because we are probably going to find some awesome levels off this and trade these. So stick around, and you will see there's plenty more to come. Guess who's back? Back again. Shamrock's back. Tell a friend. Yeah, baby. Brian's back. Brian's back. Good to see you. B. Stew says, morning, Granny. Have a blessed day. I love to see all of that. Brian. I got to say it again. Guess who's back? Back again. Good morning, guys. Good morning. B. Stewie, PBF took a dookie poo. Yeah, well, we did look at PBF, and we talked about PBF being at its tops in that supply area. And, we talked about how this might be a nice little short in that area, which is A-okay, but I didn't know how far this thing was going to come down. We just marked out these levels, this one here and this one here. Sure, it's a good short. It was a great short. But what is to come of BPF? Because now we're back down around this 200-day moving average and this uptrend line. So this might be an area to buy. Do you see the correlation there, B. Stewie? You don't when we're getting excited here in the middle, we want to wait for the move, take the move, and then let it act accordingly. So that's exactly what we got here, guys. B. Stewie brought up this PBF. We know it's an energy stock. It's been in a hot sector for a while. Now it pushes up high, and then it sells off right at its peaks where it sold off before, and it headed back lower. Now it's trading back down here on its uptrend line. Okay, so we got to keep in mind too, guys, if we actually do start to see an uptrend in the market, we know that energy and stocks start to come down. So we won't get into that, but usually energy will start to fade as the market starts to look better. It's just part of the overall market cycle, but not saying that that's what's going to happen. What I am saying is, if we do see the market go down lower, this would be a great buy opportunity for PBF in this area. But I also want to say, knowing that, you need to understand, guys, what your risk is when doing that. So Brian asked, New Vision asked, what service is that? You need to be more specific because I'm a big talking head, and I'm on to the next thing. So New Vision, what service are you talking about? Oh, where am I pulling CPI? That's investing.com. Simple as that. Go to investing.com, and I can help you navigate through that site a little later, or show up to the Sunday prep with Carlos on the Robinhood stock market watch list, and he actually goes through how to go through it there. So let's see. Thoughts on IMGN long-term hold? Well, let's take a look. IMGN. Let's see. IMGN. All right, let's take a peeky gander at INGN. So if you are asking me long-term hold, the first thing I have to tell you is it's below its 200-day moving average, and I do not buy anything for the long term unless the SPY and that stock is above the 200-day moving average. So that's just that's kind of just how I look at things. That's my first reaction. Now, I'm a bear with bull horns, so obviously I'm being bearish because it's below the 200-day moving average, but it is at its base here around that $4 area. So that looks nice because we have 1, 2, 3 areas of basing. You can call this a new lower high. You can use this area as a risk. So if it breaks this 366, you would want that to be a no-go. So if it breaks down below the 366, you can use that as risk, using also that on the daily as your new lower high. So I don't know anything about MUGen, MUOGen, or IMGN, MUGen. It's a tough one to say. I'll just sit here and say it the whole time on stream. Say it 4 times in a row. Goodness gracious. But yeah, I don't know much about this stock. I'm guessing that it's a biopharmaceutical. Just be careful with any speculative stocks that are not showing earnings. And you can see that this thing has not showed any earnings except for maybe back here. Other than that, they've been in the negative sense. So be careful with IMGN. We're seeing a nice little uptick in the pre-market on volume, so that's nice, but a lot of times those can be met with pretty heavy sell-off. So that's my honest opinions on IMGN. I hope they line up with yours. If they don't, it's good to have outside perspective. So even if that isn't what you were thinking, it's good to hear it from somebody else. Don't hate me, bro. don't don't hate me, bro. I just tried to share my honest opinion on here, guys, and I hope that's okay with you. So yeah, so where do I pull CPI? Got it. Good morning, creative. Good to see you, brother. I'm glad to see you in here. Financials and banks are back. What a big move. Yeah, so when when they say they're going to bail out these banks and they're going to do this and they're going to do that, if the governments are going to back your money, if the governments are going to back your money and guarantee that these banks are going to be safe, it might be smart to buy some of these up, but I'm not messing with banks. I'm not messing with the bank sectors at all. I'm going to stay very clear and very away from all of these. They could very well just skyrocket here, knowing that the government's going to keep them safe. But I just don't trust the banking markets. I don't trust any of it. Last time that we've seen a contagion try to be kept from getting spread, you've seen everybody come out and said, hey, everything's fine, everything's safe, everything's fine, and then everything's not safe, everything's not fine. Now, of course, this financial crisis, if you will, isn't the same as the cryptos. It's not the same as the 2008. It's nothing like that. They're not insolvent. They actually have the cash, but they have them in assets. So what they're going to do there, I don't know. But it's great to trade. So here's Silvergate. Here's one of them. If you guys wanted to trade that, it does look like it's basing at this $2.37 area. So you could use this area as risk. I mean, why not? Use this as risk. If you plan on taking a trade, at least understand what you should be risking, right? Now, I'm not giving you buy or sell recommendations, but I do want to say, hey, this is a good risk area. So that way, if it does get down past this, I would be risk off, meaning I would be out of the trade, guys. So that's just something to look at there, just something to put into a little bit more of a context. So, guys, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I hope you're happy to be here. Brian, you're absolutely welcome for the feedback, brother. A special hey to Michael, B. Stewie, New Vision, Rabia, and Stu Clot, if you're there. I think we're all here. I mean, I'm here. I mean, not always all here, but I'm here. So good morning, Granny Ranny. Much love, nothing but love to my guardian angel. Good morning, good morning. That's good coffee. I got some warm coffee sitting right here behind me. Pretty pumped about that. We're going to give that a nice little spot when we get a little closer to morning open. But right now it is 8:42. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had CPI index come out, and it was looking like a doozy. So why do I say it's looking like a doozy? Well, simply put, it came out just smaller, just a little bit more than expected. Right here, if we look at the core CPI for month over month, it is 0.5%. The forecast was 0.4%, so it was actually a little higher than expected. The year over year and the month over month for the core, let me see here really quick, month over month. Oh, that was the core, so it was higher for the core. Sometimes people say, the core doesn't matter so much because, we have gas in there and gas is too volatile. But I say, I like to include core. I like to include it all because if it's hurting for us to pay more money for something, that's going to show up, right? So if it's harder for us to spend our money because we're spending more money on gas and food, well, guess what? That should be in the core because that's going to be the core of where we're spending our money. If we don't spend our money, or we don't have the money to spend on the gas, or we don't have money, or we have to spend it on gas to get to the grocery store, we're going to have less money to spend it on the groceries. We're going to have less money to spend it on our bills and anything else, right? So keep that in mind, guys. Core is the overall with energy, with food. So just keep that in mind. So investing.com, I got the economic calendar up. You can go ahead and use this filter here to just do American stocks with the highest implied volatility, and you will get the data for the day. And that is what I use, guys, because it is absolutely free. And everything that I bring to you, I want to be absolutely free. Okay, that's That's my deal. That's my goal. I want everything to be free for you because I learned it free for myself. Now, I did pay for some things, but I learned. I learned that you don't have to pay for any of this, and that all it is hard work, dedication, staying in front of these, and making sure you're doing your due diligence on the stocks that you're in, understanding the breadth of the market. You know, there's a whole lot to it, guys, but the first thing that you're doing is showing up. You're here, you're ready and willing to learn, and that is the start of it. Even if you don't understand the jargon, if you don't understand half the crap I'm saying when I say CPI or core or month over month, or it doesn't matter, guys. If you hear it over and over again, just like any language, you'll start to pick it up. This is a different language. The more you show up, the more you understand, the more you start talking like this, and the more people stop listening. Your friends and family just start scratching their head when you're talking, asking you like, what the heck are you talking about, dude? Well, I can tell you this. Sometimes you got to start a live stream just to get like-minded people and investors to listen. So we got to keep this thing exciting, guys, because it can be silly and slow sometimes, and that's why I am here, because I have the passion for this. I have the want. I have the will to keep things exciting because they are to me. They are so exciting to me, and if people are scratching their head and they're yawning when I'm talking, well, hey, I'll just wait until I pop on stream because I got 4 hours of delicious chitty-chatting and talking a whole bunch of crap with my crew, baby. Let's go. We are one big happy family here. So we got NVDA pushing up at 233.53. I like this area because it is above its trading highs. So if I can see this thing trading above its highs and we get a little pullback in the market in the morning, if I get a cute little pullback, a cheeky pullback, if you will, then that's where I'm going to buy up. Just like you guys seen me this morning. Look, this morning, a cheeky little push. Well, I got in short, and I got in 25 shares, and we ripped down, and I got half out, right? Well, same thing now. Why did I do that? Well, because that was the resistance. I marked its resistance in pre-market for you guys. Just like we're going to go through, we're going to mark levels, and we're going to see where our trades are going to be. So right here is my resistance, right? Well, look, this thing failed, and it popped up in the morning right into resistance. I got short 25 shares. We took out about $80 worth there, and then we stopped for almost break even here. So what am I doing on this trade? Well, same thing. I want to see this thing break out, pull back, test this area, and then take off to the moon and head on even higher. So if that's what it wants to do, if that's what it wants to give me, I want to see confluency across the board. We're going to probably see the same thing with Meta. Meta maybe break out, break up a little higher, pull back and test for a bigger long. If we can see that, and now guys, I'm just speculating. This is pre-market. We still have about an hour, well, less than an hour now till market open. So we are going to be here for the next hour speculating on what pre-market looks like, what the levels are going to give us, what the data is going to tell us, because these things could just fail from here. They might come out, clear all this liquidity, find itself a nice short sale, and just head on lower. But we need to take into account that we don't have a crystal ball. We don't really know. But I'll tell you this. If we have a better understanding of where the overall market is headed, we can be on the same side of the institutional investors, and when they're getting long, we can get long, and when they're selling out, we can take our short sales, right? Either way, guys, we need to protect our equities. We need to protect our investments, and we need to make sure that we're using risk management. So John Shields says, hey, Mark, I'm here in the house. So you say, hey, Mark, I'm here in the house. Do we have a Mark here? Do you think my name's Mark, or is your name Mark, John Shields? Because your name is John Shields, and that's how I know you. But do you want me to call you Mark now? I am completely confused, but you're going to have to go ahead and quit that contagion from spreading, and you need to get your facts straight, John Shields, because if you don't, we're going to have mass confusion. People are going to be wanting to sell off all of their stock. You see where I'm going with this, guys? The bank contagion. It's just, a little insider joke, insider information, if you will. But only kidding. NVIDIA is now trading at 233.78. But John, is your name Mark? I need to know now. I gotta know. So let me know in the chat. Yeah, man. I got two names myself. Family calls me Michael. But people that knew me outside of 4th grade, they call me David. So I go by a few different names: John Shield, Mark Michael, but what is your real name so I can get it right? So we got Meta trading at 183.21, right into its resistance area. Might be a nice place to take a tasty short, but this is pre-market, and I don't care for taking those pre-market trades. So we were going to keep an eye on it to see how this data ends up landing out. We are taking it on NVDA as a little bullish, but let's see how the overall S&P 500 is taking this now that it's been some time. So it looks like it is still holding out. It's still holding above its supply area. So this is looking decent for the overall market. I think the real question that's on the plate here is does the Fed actually continue interest rate hikes? And you know what? I think that'd be a good poll question, because now that CPI is out and we know the banks are getting bailed out by the government without using our taxpayers' money. That's what they said. Let's ask this in poll: will the Fed continue to raise interest rates? Excuse me, guys. Will the Fed continue to raise interest rates? Or how should we word this? Let's see. Will the Fed stop interest rate hikes? All right, there we go. And we'll just do yes or no. Make it real easy for us, guys. So, will the Fed stop interest rate hikes? So we're going to ask you guys right here. Go ahead and vote on the poll if you would like. There's only 3 things that I ask of you, so poll is not one of them. What are they? Like, subscribe, and make sure you show up here, guys, for your due diligence, your pre-market prep, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So if you're here with us now, you're doing yourself a favor. You're doing me a favor, so thank you. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. We are down to 233.25 on NVDA. We are trading at 388.92 on your SPY currently. Now, let us take a little peeky gander at the rest of the market. So we're going to run through and see how the IWM is taking this. It looks like it's taking this. Let's go ahead and zoom out on the hourly here and see what the overall market. So we're getting a good pop in the IWM as well. We know that this thing has moved wonders in the past 3 days with this awfully sell-off volume, but now we're getting a nice little push, much bigger push than we are seeing in the SPY or the Qs. So that is good news for your Russell 2000. So let's keep on keeping on. Netflix. So Netflix looks like it wants to head higher now at 298, looking like it's getting close to achieving those highs from yesterday. If you guys remember, Netflix had a big sell-off, broke through that downward trend line. I said we have the ability to come all the way down to this 200-day moving average, so to be careful. Now we are seeing a nice little pop, shredding right back up to this psychological $300 area. This $300 area is going to be very important for Netflix to break out over, pull back, and test to see for a bigger move to the north side. If not, it might smack right into that 300 and say, oh, heck no, we ain't going nowheres. So we got Microsoft trading at 256.15 right now. It looks really good here with this overall 250.50 base holding out. It wants Microsoft to head on higher. Good morning, John. Good morning. It's good to see you in here, brother. Always good to see you, my friend. So with Microsoft getting this big soak in pre-market, it's so nice to see Microsoft actually holding this $250 area, because we want to see Microsoft, we want to see our bigger stacks hold above this 200-day moving average. Because this 200-day moving average is a big tall tale for your longer, heavier investors, right? Your bigger long-term swing investors. But we do have to keep in mind too, guys. I don't want to sound too bullish in any way. We have this downward trend line right here on the stock, and it looks like it's starting to wick off at the top. Now I know if it wants to keep on coming up here and constantly testing this area without coming back down at its lows, that's a bullish sign. We want to see it push, 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 push until there's no more supply up top. Okay, so we got some supply in this area, this 258, 260 area. So if it can break through that area and head on higher, that's going to look really, really good for the overall market, not just Microsoft. So now we have SPY giving another nice little push here at 389.56, looking really good for the overall market. Let's continue on. Let's check out Amazon. So we talked about Amazon numerous times. This looks like a pooper scooper of a stock, guys. This pooper scooper looks like it is doing a little something something down here at this base. Lots of volume traded yesterday. Lots of volume traded yesterday on Amazon. Not its biggest traded volume, but it is enough to get my eyes open. We are back into this supply area. Let me just drag it over here a little bit for you. So last time we were in the supply area, what happened? Well, we sold off after we broke out through it, and we broke out through it again. We sold off really hard. So keep in mind, this is an area of price action that has been accepted. We know that this thing will move in this area and it will push one way to the other. So now we have the SPY trading at 389.99. Goodness gracious, 390. Can we see it? Absolutely. Let's do this, SPY. We want to see the SPY doing its thing. So now SPY trading at 390.98, 389.98, excuse me. And it looks like it's at its tops. It's at its highs of yesterday's trading. So guys, be careful right here. If we want to see this thing stutter and step, this might be the area it will do it. But if the market wants to be strong, if it wants to keep its bull horns on, this thing might head much, much higher. So be careful out there. Make sure you mind your stops, especially if you are in a short trade right now with this bullish action. So Amazon still pushing up beautifully back into its yesterday's highs. That's what we want to see, guys. We don't want to see it just holding. We want to see it pushing higher at this very moment as Meta, big soak off that bottom in that 180 area, pushing back up. Now look at this, guys, back over to this 185 area. 184 to 185 we know is a big sell-off area. So if we can push up even higher, break out through that 185, that would be amazing, and then come back and test. Oh, I would love to buy that 185. I'd much rather buy the 185 than have to sell the 185. But either way, we have trades, guys. There are trades. And now it looks like we pushed up into the pre-market high. Started wicking off there at that 390. 390.12 was our highest push so far in the pre-market. Guys, we have about 30 minutes until market open. Goodness gracious, can you believe it? I can believe it. But there's something that I do want to go over really quick with you guys. If you'll just take a look at the screen, I have my screen up. Make sure you are live. Click that live button right here, or take your scroller and move it all the way to the right side. Go ahead and vote on this poll. Will they stop interest rate hikes? That's my vote. What is yours? And then, of course, smash this like button for me, guys. I would love to see us get to 25 today. We are getting exceeding those numbers, but I think 25 is a great goal to have with the CPI index. I think we can achieve that like count of 25. Not to mention, guys, we have 17 of you in here right now. Actually, I think we got even more than that. I think we have over 20 of you in here watching now. But go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. I will accept that as a favor, a favor for myself if you hit that subscribe button, guys, because I want to make it to 1,000 subscribers. I would love to make it to 1,000 because I can start getting paid for what I do, and that is giving you all this free content, absolutely free information and entertainment, if you will. And if it does any good for you, or you can find it in your heart, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys. Now, right back to what we were saying. So we had the CPI data come out. It came out 0.5 higher than the actual 0.4% forecast. That is looking a-okay for the market right now. Not to say that it's not giving that push, that continued push for a bigger sell-off. We are just looking at this thing and keeping our eyes on it. We're trying to find our levels in the pre-market so that way when market trading opens and starts to trade, well then guess what? That's going to be a-okay. We will have a better idea of where our levels are at and where we could take our tasty trades. So, like we were saying on Meta got this beautiful push up through this 181.68. If it wants to pull back here, this might be a nice buy. This might be a nice dip buy. You know, a big push up, pull back, and then it starts to buy up here. Maybe, possibly. That is one of our strategies. But what I liked better was that NVDA. Because if NVDA wants to break out and push up higher after holding this beautiful 230 area, and it wants to come down. This might be a trade here off this, or better yet, off of this 233. I would really like to see NVIDIA bounce off that 233 because we have a lot of price action excuse me, around that 233 area. I think I'll go ahead and get a nice warm drink really quick, guys. Let me go ahead and get myself that 5-second break that, I mean, I feel like I deserve it. I don't know if I deserve it. You know, I don't know if I deserve any of this, honestly, but I'm happy to take this sip. So this one's for me, not for you. Next one will be for you, I promise. Oh, yeah, that soothes the throat. 4 hours of talking every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. You got to love it. If you don't love it, I don't know what you're doing here. Goodness gracious. But good morning. If you're just joining us, guys, good morning, good morning. We had CPI index come out just very slightly, 0.1%. 0.1% higher than expected, and it looks like the overall market sold off right away on that initial data, got bought right back up, and now we're trading at the highs from yesterday in the SPY. So this is looking like a nice area if you were to take a short, just because we're at those highs, you know. And when you're at those highs like that, and you see, you know, when you see, action being traded. It might be something, it might be a good idea. You know, it might be a good idea to take that direction and to figure out what you want to do. So is the report good for the market? Well, I think the best way to analyze that data is to look at the chart. So as of right now, the data is taking it well. It had a big sell-off and a big buy-up. We're trading just, though, right where we were yesterday. We're trading at 389.64. So whether that, is going to be good for the market or not. Usually when you get a CPI reading that is higher than expected, that is not good for the market, okay? We want to see the consumer price index being lowered, constantly being lowered, because if it's lowered, then we don't have to spend as much money for things. Or I'm sorry, if the CPI, I'm sorry, hang on, let me think here, guys. Let me go back to this. Woo-wee, I'm just talking, big talking head. Sometimes you get to talking and you don't know what you said. So the consumer core price index measures the change in price of goods and services. So if the goods and services that we pay for are higher, if they are higher, that is going to be expected as being bad for the overall market. Because if it's higher, then it's going to cost us more for goods. It's going to cost us more for goods, which is going to increase the dollar, right? Let's see, expected reading should be taken as positive or bullish for the USD, which is going to decrease equity. So if our dollar goes higher because CPI index is going higher, then our overall indices are going to go lower, okay? But that's not how the market's taking this data. It almost seems like it doesn't matter what kind of data you give this market. It takes it, it ingests it, and it doesn't care. It wants to head higher at least the past 2 days, right? So, the past 2 days have been looking good for this sector as well. I need to point that out. It's not looking overall good for everything, just this sector. The actual tech sector is actually looking good. So we need to keep that in mind too, guys. When we're talking about, what's looking good, when we talk about the overall market, we talk about the SPY. If we're talking about the tech-heavy sectors, we're talking about the Qs. So what is looking the best is the Qs in the overall market. Now, if the overall market isn't doing well, but the Qs is doing well, the overall market is going to be held up or propped up by technology stocks, by your Meta, by your Facebook, by your, those are the same stocks, by your Teslas. Speaking of which, have we went through Tesla yet today? Goodness. So Tesla's back up into this area of resistance at that 180 area. Keep in mind, guys, things are looking good, but when we're in this area, in these areas, these are the highs, or if you're looking at SQs, we're at the lows. But just be careful out there, guys, because you never know what's going to happen with this stuff. You never know what could happen, and things could go really, really sour, really, really south for you really quick if you don't use risk management in mind. So keep that in mind, guys. We need to be really, really careful out there, especially trading in pre-market or trading anything speculative at all, like the Qs, the SQs, or any of these small cap stocks like we went over. Make sure you're using risk in mind first and foremost, guys, okay? Risk in mind first and foremost. All right, so let's go through the indices and see what we got popping. So we got the SPY now trading at 389.46. It looks like it reached a top of 390.09. Let's see if this thing wants to start pushing higher or if this is its area it wants to sell off. There's a very interesting spot right here. The IWM is pushing higher to 177.50. Doesn't look like it started its pullback or its downtrend yet. As the Qs are trading right in its highs, we have to understand we have a liquidity area right here at these highs. And you can see where the wicking is. If I just mark just this wicking, you know, we could see where anytime it came up into this area, it started selling off. You know, and now we had the CPI data come out. It flushed down. It got bought right back up. Now we're buying, or we're at that same high, that same area up here. So that being said, you know, we really want to keep that in mind that we could see some sell-off here. But if we see some sideways action, if we see this thing, you know, hold its ground, it holds these bases, that these 292s and stuff. You know, what we're gonna see there is this thing look extremely bullish if it wants to trade sideways. I love that sideways action, guys. You really can get aboard with that sideways action, and you really can you know, learn to find really good trades in that sideways action when they break out, whether it breaks up or breaks down from those areas. So just keep that in mind, guys. So lots of action this morning, Let's keep on. Let's look at Netflix. So Netflix looks like it's pushing up here. That looks really good for Netflix. $298.99 right now for Netflix. But remember, that is in its highs. We talked about that $300, that psychological area. Then it might bonk its head on. So be careful in that area. We have Microsoft pushing up. Now you see I drew a downward trend line. That is just for our visual perspective. That's just to keep our interest. That's just to say, hey, we know that that is there, that is an obvious area. Hey, it's John. Laugh out loud, still waking up. Coffee. Yeah, good morning, John. Good morning, good morning. So this is just an area that we're going to keep an eye on. All right, it's nothing crazy. It's nothing big. It's not like, you know, if this breaks through here, it's going to go to the sky. But if it does break through here, it's definitely something we want to keep an eye on for the overall bigger move. So we will keep an eye on that. We will see how that wants to play out there. But it is looking overall very well for Microsoft, holding most of those pushes and trading higher than yesterday's close as of right now. Amazon up still into its supply area. It's got a lot of proven to do to me. Meta, look at that, right back up into that 185 area. This is looking really good area for a short for Meta. As you guys know, I've talked about this 185 to this 186 area multiple times. You know, with the overall market looking pretty heavy here, and should I say heavy? Let me think, because I'm just a big talking head. So we got Meta trading at 184.25. You know, with Meta being in this area here, this might be a nice area for a short. This is an absolute mess of a stock. We've drawn so many things on this. We're just going to remove all these drawings now, so that way we have a better understanding of what's going on, guys. So give me 1 second here. Let's see here. Join the bid, sell the ask. We're going to hold on to that. So when we look at this, guys, when we look at this stock on the overall, on the hourly, what do I have marked? I have all these bottoms marked, and you can see this bottom has been used multiple times. Well, it broke through this bottom now. Now we want to see this thing come up, come back, and retest this 183. If it wants to retest this 183, I think this thing can really head on higher from there. But we're going to need to see that retest of that area. So we will see very shortly if it wants to do that. Let's take a look at NVDA. So NVDA for the same thing. We finally broke out. We broke out through there. Is it going to come back and retest and hold this 233.23? I think that's pretty important for that to hold. If not, it might come all the way back down to this 230 area and give us a bounce off of that. So will or will it not give me what I want? We shall see for NVIDIA. Tesla now. So Tesla, you know, good old Uncle Tesla. It's been trading in this area for a couple days now, just bouncing around. I drew this liquidity out, and I keep having to pull it over because we keep trading in this area. I did tell you guys, if this thing breaks down from this area, if it breaks down, you know, we have a ways to go. We could come all the way down to that 140. So, you know, I was warning any of you out there that were looking for this thing, but it does have some support. It is creating a base here, and it is looking pretty nice overall, you know, for Tesla. The only thing, you know, and I got to be a bull or a bear with bull horns, guys. Tesla is sitting in its area of liquidity still. I could just bring this up. I could, you know, make it, I could just do that so we have a better visual. But you guys, you know, you got to understand, like, anything below this 180 area, I would say, this is where it needs to break through. If it doesn't break through this area, you know, we could definitely head a lot lower for Tesla. So just keep that in mind, guys. These aren't buy areas, and these aren't buy or sell recommendations either. This is just an area that I'm pointing out saying, hey, it is in its area of supply, meaning there are people holding bags right now that want to sell at any given point of weakness. And with the things going on in the market right now, we have to be careful at these areas. I much rather see, if I wanted to take a long in Tesla, I much rather see this thing break out, pull back, and then bounce off 180, showing me that it is now support and not resistance. If it can show me support, then I want to be a part of that support. I'll support it if it supports me, right? So that there's just a thought, guys. It's my thoughts, not yours. Take it as you will. Let's move on to Apple and see how that's holding up after the CPI. So it looks like it's moving with the overall market, of course. But here's the good news about Apple, and here's the bad news. Good news about Apple, it did break through that resistance of that 151-ish area. It broke through. And now if it can hold this 151, 152 area, it'll be back up into this double basing area, and that would look overall very good for Apple if it wants to keep on keeping on. So we will see what Apple wants to do. On the bearish outlook, you know, we have this down trendward line just like we have on Meta, okay, or not on Meta, but on Microsoft. Here, we'll go back to Microsoft, and bam, we got the same thing. So we might be seeing confluency across the board. A lot of things are running right into resistance. CPI had a sell-off, and then it had a buy right back up. It got bought right back up, and then we found its pop. We found its peak. We found its top, right? So with that being said, I am going to say that I am bearish on the overall market. I could be completely wrong because things want to keep shaping up. They want to keep pressing into those resistance areas at the peaks. We could break through on volume and head higher. We could start screaming higher after this, guys, but I wouldn't take that into account. These are all just thoughts. These are all just ideas, and we're just trying to get a better understanding. So one thing my boy Stu Klott told me once, he read in a book, and I'm sure it was probably one of his favorite books, The Trading Coach, The Daily Trading Coach. So we go over that quite often in our meetings when we talk about it. And one of the things that I think is an excerpt from there is to not be taken by surprise. You need to think of the worst and think of the best things that are going to happen, right? So what's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen here is that we don't see a breakout, that it runs into all of its different resistances across the board, and we get shorted. We not get short, but the market starts to fail, right? That's going to be the worst for the overall market. What's the best case scenario? The best case scenario would be it breaks out above this area, comes back to retest, right? That's really what we want to see. If we want to get long, we want to see it break out of its resistance, come back, and then test its support. So that's just what I'm looking at here, guys. Those are the best and worst case scenarios for the Q. And then, of course, you can trade sideways. If you trade sideways, that's going to be overall bullish for that market. So with everything happening and everything going on, and remember, guys, we have the FOMC meeting on the 22nd. So with the FOMC meeting comes a lot of volatility and a lot of indecision, a lot of direction will come from that. So be careful when it comes to that FOMC meeting. That's not too long here, guys. Today's the 14th. It comes out on the 22nd. So we need to be careful when we talk about these these meetings like CPI. That's why we talked about CPI, guys, because CPI can just rip your face off. Now this one is actually a lot more mild, where it sold off, got bought back up, and then sold back off, and then what did I say? After a full 5 minutes goes by, or whatever it was, we were trading right back to normal, so that's a big reason why I say I like to trade the charts, not the news. Because if you trade the news and you're trying to trade this, whether CPI is right or wrong, that doesn't mean the market's going to take it as expected. It might already be priced in. People might already, the fear, you don't know what fear is going to do to the market. There's just so much, guys. There's so much that can happen. There's so much that can take place. So what I would always like to recommend doing is to just be careful, use risk management. Always have risk management in mind. Know where you're going to get out. Know where your final line in the sand is, and then just get out. If you can't do it with a soft stop, do it with a hard stop. Make sure you do it with a hard stop, because if you start freezing up, if you're too new and you're like, oh, I don't know what to do, I'm down $200, and you can't exit the trade because you're afraid to be wrong, well, that's happened. That's from personal experience. That's when you have to put a hard stop in. And then over time, you start realizing, it's easy to say I'm wrong because it's easy to do it when you've been wrong so many times, right? So after you've been wrong so many times and you can accept those losses, that's when you can accept being wrong and you can accept those hard stops. But some people don't believe in hard stops either. They like the soft stops, so that's A-okay. It all depends on your preference as a trader. Oh, that's good coffee. That's good coffee if I've ever had any. Shoot, brother. Nice and warm right when it hits your lips. You don't even want to stop. You just want to guzzle, guzzle till it's gone. Then you turn back around. You ain't got no more coffee left. Shoot, I need a sponsor. Oh, yeah. So we took a small loss here in the SQs. I might end up getting back into this thing. It seems like, I am dumb money sometimes playing around in pre-market. I don't like taking pre-market trades. That's why I take small share size, because it's harder to get in and out in pre-market and you don't know what the levels are. But I did try to play that CPI a little bit. It breaking down, coming right back up into this resistance. I wanted to see if we would get a further sell-off at these highs. But will we get it right at market open? That'll be a very interesting question here. Because we are sitting at these highs, I was anticipating that we would either break out higher from the news and then come back and test, or break down lower and then come up and test. But it looks like we're going to open up today. We're going to open up wide open right here, trading at around that 294.12 area. Or will it push higher? It'd be interesting. I think if we push higher, I might just take a short right at market open and play it back down into these areas. But that's always very, very risky, very speculative. So saying that out loud, I'm not doing that, because I don't want anybody following me into that crap. So be careful out there, guys. Know your risk so we can make some money and earn that Rari. We don't have anything up on the gap up scaler that's new. So when it comes to small cap stocks, the only thing I am looking at is OCEA. We have OCEA. It does look like it's holding that $8 area. That's what I wanted to see. We also have EUDA, which is also holding at 248. We want to see this thing drop down so I can get my eagle on girl, and we'll see if that thing wants to head on higher. JFBR was just one I'm watching, but UNCI did hold that $1.90 base. So if it wants to pop on down here and show me a little trade, we were talking about this in pre-market. We talked about how if it wants to hold, that would be a great thing for UNCI. Maybe trading higher, eating away this liquidity one day at a time. So we will see how that wants to work out there. Q is trading back up at those CPI highs before getting a nice little wick off on the toppers in there. So we're going to see what wants to happen, because I'm telling you, I think that SQQ trade is a juicy little trade for me. Where to get in, and the sizing is to be determined. But I think if I just take a cute little 20 trades here on the SQs, that way we aren't going too crazy at market open, but we have a little something to start a base on. So that's what I'm going to do. I took 20 shares there in the SQQQ. We're trading at 38.76. Why am I trading that? Well, if we look on the SQs, you can see we have this basing here. And if you see on the Qs, which is the actual ETF, you can see we have these tops. I actually have the liquidity drawn out for you. So I'm taking a trade in this. Maybe I'm going to wish that I took a lot more, but you know, we are in pre-market, and you know, I've already taken a very small loss on it. So I know to reduce my share size, I know what I'm risking, and we're going to see if we can make some money on this trade. So good morning, good morning, good morning. It's good to see everybody in here. So cheers to you. CPI came out a little higher than expected by 0.1%, which tells me that the interest, the inflation hasn't really been tamed completely, and that might throw the Feds into a fury, saying we are going to stay the route, meaning they are going to raise interest rate hikes another 0.5%. Maybe it's only 0.25%. Maybe they don't do it at all because the banks are starting to break and they can't afford their own margin, right? So we need to keep an eye on all of that, guys. We need to be really careful, but we need to also know the market opens up here in 10 more minutes. So this is going to be an interesting one today. I'm excited. I hope you're excited too, because we have a doozy for you. I think we might just go full account on full margin today, just so that way I can keep on keeping on and I don't have to find money outside the stock market. Did you hear what I said, guys? I might go full margin. No, I'm only kidding, guys. You know, I'm not ever going to put my full account in jeopardy like that. I do love to trade. I do love speculative stocks, and I'll be honest with you. I like taking a sweaty trade, but I only like taking a sweaty trade when we are when we have the odds on our side. How do we have odds on our side? We use risk management. We calculate what we should and shouldn't do using that risk management and our technical analysis. So if that's something you can get behind, if that's something that you like, go ahead, leave me a like and hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, baby, giving you those lines, giving you those support, giving you the commentary that you deserve and the analytics that I love to do on these charts. So if you like it, go ahead, leave that subscribe, guys. Good morning, good morning. It's good to see everybody in here. SPY at 390. Goodness gracious. Let's take a look at the SPY. Yeah, SPY's just hanging out there, guys, at 390.09. Looking really good at those tops. But remember, this is its top. It is its top, okay? I'm actually just going to add into this because I'm feeling good about this short trade before the market open. I think we're going to get a sell-off here at market open. I don't want anybody taking my trades. These are not buy or sell recommendations. These are very speculative trades. These don't have anything to do with the strategy. These are just supply and demand areas, so no strategy on this one, guys. This is not the smartest trade to do, but we're going to see how this works out. That's why we're doing it on small share size. So keep that in mind, guys. These are just speculative trades. I'm doing it for your entertainment only. The real trades are to come after the market shows us its levels. After it shows us its levels, then we will be El Grande, doing absolutely delicioso. We will be able to find what we want to find, and we will be able to take the trades that we want to trade. In the meantime, we're going to take very small share size. We're going to use risk management in mind, and we are going to hold onto these stocks until they break our risk, and then we are going to get the heck out of Dodge. QQQ still up into that supply area that I drew up for you at 293.90. We're going to see if this thing wants to hold out, or will it break down and catch support at that base. We shall see. Microsoft looks like it's having a small sell-off now, trading at 255.59. We have 8 minutes till market open, guys, so please pay attention. Let's stay focused and let's get ready for the day ahead. AMZN looks like it's trading right up into that supply area. It's looking good for Amazon, but we do need to understand that this is an area of supply. So if it wants to hold, maintain a stay, and then head higher, then that would be a-okay with the overall market. That can happen, but it is at its highs, so it might not do what it wants to do. Now, Meta, goodness, screaming to the north side. Goodness gracious, I feel like I need to get out of this now because Meta, what a ripperson, up to the north side at 188.60, right up there. Where is this trading? Guys, I need to zoom out on the hourly. Meta at its highs right now. Wow, what a move for Meta, guys. That looks absolutely amazing. What is the rest of the market doing with this? Amazon just trading sideways. We need to see what NVDA looks like. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is not doing it like Meta is doing it, but wow, Meta, what a huge push right there, guys, right into its highs. Goodness gracious, let me get some of that short. I would love to be short a piece of that. So if Meta can get me in up here at these highs, I think this might be the speculative trade for the day. Goodness gracious, what a push on Meta. Out of nowhere, Meta pushes up to 188.95, just blowing the shorts out of the water. What a beautiful trade for Meta. Now, can it hold these highs out? That it would be absolutely nuts. We're at the highs of last week here, guys. Will Meta get me in short here? It looks like I don't have the right bid on it, so it is not going to get me short here. But if I can switch this to good till close extended, and we can go ahead and get a join the ask on this, this might be the best or worst trade I've ever had if we can get this thing in. So we will see very, very soon. There we go. We sold short Meta. We're going to see how bad of an idea this was, as the Qs look like they are heading higher because of it. And we are going to see, guys, because we're not seeing anybody else wanting to play part in this Meta's game of antics. But this might be a bad idea. We're already down $24 on the trade, but we need to hold this day. We need to trade the trade. So where is the risk? The risk is going to be these highs. If it can break out of these highs, this might be the area we need to get out of. So we're going to keep this in mind, and we're going to keep this thing on lock. We're going to see what happens with this area. What a beautiful push for Meta. That looks like the Qs aren't taking it as well. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Let's see, NVDA. Let's see what's happening there. It looks like NVIDIA is also having a beautiful push up, bouncing off these bottoms. It almost makes me want to take the speculative trade in this, so that way we can play off of that. We will see, guys. What a crazy day in the market. Now we are finally seeing Meta start to sell off there. We're going to see what it wants to do at these highs. Goodness, what a beautiful day in the market. We are going to see some crazy things happen, I do believe. So let's go ahead and keep a look on Meta. Looks like it is just chopping around in this area. We don't know what's going to happen for Meta, but we do know we are in it short. So how high can this hold? Meta, beautiful, beautiful push to these highs. We are opening up in 4 minutes, 26 seconds, guys. So let's see what wants to happen with these trades. So let's go over the overall market, and I want to put Meta over here on this right hand side, and let's go ahead and bring up the SPY on the left hand side, and we are going to see, guys, what happens for us now. So the SPYs are trading at those highs, right into its peak, at its double top, if you will. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the rest of the market to see how it's shaping up. IWM still pushing higher, looking really, really good here for IWM, looking really, really good. QQQ just still into that supply zone that we talked about. All of those highs, it's just sitting there at all of those highs. And now we're going to take a look at Netflix. Netflix is finally starting to trade off, guys. We got 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Things are looking absolutely crazy here. We're going to go ahead and try and get out half of our shares now on Meta, or do we? Or do we, guys? Or do we? So let's just go ahead and stay the course. So Microsoft does look like it's pulling back at those highs. We drew that downward trend line. Let's take a look at Amazon, now selling off, trading back down to 93.70. Meta, as you know, I'm in it, but we're at 187.96. It's just kind of chopping around at those tops. It needs some time to play out. As NVIDIA is trading at those highs as well. It might want to do a doozy with the overall market. If this thing can break through these highs, like we were talking about, hopefully happening in pre-market, so that way we could get a trade. But if not, if it wants to push up here in the at the market open, I think it's going to find and smack into some selling off. So we shall see, as Tesla pushed up higher at those highs and then started to sell off. Let's see where Apple's at before market open, because we only got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I hope you guys are here. I hope you're happy, and I hope you are being safe in the market today, guys, because we are going to have a beautiful day in the market regardless. So Apple looks like it did break down a little bit at 151.69. So we're going to see what happens, because this market opens in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're going to go back over here to the overall SPY and see what it's trading. So it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of sell-off at 390.17 for the SPY. It's traded its highs at that 390.52, and which is a double top in the overall market. So we're going to see what is going to come of that. All right, so now it looks like we are still seeing some sell-off in that Meta. Not much. We're only down to 187.60. So we will see what wants to happen for this beautiful Meta trade. So as we sell off and as the market starts to open, we're at 1 minute and 45 seconds till market open, and we're up about $51.36 on this trade. It's quick. It's very, very quick, guys. So you need to be careful when you're in this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. So I'm not going to. But we are going to. It is 9:28, guys. It looks like the SPY is just pushing up at those highs. I'm going to go ahead and join the bid on this to make sure I get at least 50 shares out of those 75 shares out. We'll hold the other 25 to see if it is going to make or break. So we're going to see, does it get us out? Yes. So we just locked in some profits on that trade. We have 25 more shares left on the SPY right before market open. We have less than 1 minute. Let me get a sip of Shawana and we'll see where this wants to take us. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the rest out of this right before open, and then we're going to play open as we should. So let's see if it'll give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Okay, now we just made $30 first thing this morning, $30.50 on that Meta trade. We are getting ready for market open. Our market open is opening in 30 seconds. So let's see what the market wants to give us. We are having the SPY on the left-hand side. We're going to run through everything as it goes. We're going to see what the market wants to give us today. We know what our levels are. We know where it's at its top right now. So if this thing wants to come back down and retest this 388 area, I think that might be a decent place to find a long. But in the meantime, we're going to keep an eye on Meta, NVDA, and see how all those want to shape up, and trade during this market open. So here we go, guys. Market open is here, and the bell. Oh, I almost forgot the bell! We are open, baby. Here we go. Let's go. The market is open, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the SPY is taking off at 390.52. We're going to see what it wants to do up here at these highs. Now we have Meta soaking up on this VWAP area from pre-market, looking absolutely scrumptious. What is going to happen here? Only time is going to tell, but we need to run through these indices, because if we can run through the indices, we get a better understanding of where everything is at, where everything is trading. So Qs is just up at those highs. It looks like it really wants to push, but how high can it go? How much of a push is this going to give us in the open of this market's day? So we're keeping an eye on a little bit of everything as the Qs want to push up. They want to push out of this area. Can it break these highs? Can it go up even higher? Goodness gracious, let's zoom out on the hourly to see where its next stop might be. So if it breaks out of this area, we definitely can go see 226. We can go from 224 to 226 if it wants to break out. What I would love to see, though, is this thing pull back and then retest this area of support. So we're going to see overall what the rest of everything is doing. Netflix is pulling back first thing this morning as Microsoft is also pulling. No, Microsoft is pushing right into that area, guys. So I'm going to actually try and take another short here. I'm going to try and join the ask on this peak right here. I'll be very quick to get out, though. Very, very quick to get out if it wants to continue to push. So we're going to see what happens here. Can it get me in short? Because I feel like across the board, we are in an area there. I'm in short now. We're up $4 on the short right off the get. We're going to see what happens here. We want to make sure we maintain a solid eye on this. So we got Amazon at its highs selling off. We have Meta at its highs. We're hoping, and I say that respectfully, selling off because it is a little bit here on the 5 minute, but time is going to tell because we are still playing market open, which can be very dangerous. Now, Meta is at those highs, 189.43 at its very highs right now, but we're going to see what it wants to do here. We know its peak, it's very high in this past week or two is at a 190.30, and it's trading at 188.97, so it still has a little bit of room to go, but with the overall market looking like everything's at those peaks, this might sell off. So Microsoft did push up, breaking through that area, that downward trend line area. How much higher can it get in this area? That is the real question here, guys. So we're going to see for Microsoft, does it want to continue higher? Because it is definitely trading well below its closing price yesterday and traded above its closing price altogether, guys, it made new highs from yesterday. So it doesn't want to continue and maintain those highs, because I promise you guys, we don't want to hang out in a stock if it's not going to sell off at these highs. We don't want to be here for too long. Why? Because that's showing signs of strength. If it just lingers here like a smelly fart under the covers, that means there's so much buying support underneath there that it could head higher. But if we look at the rest of the indices, take a look at Amazon, it is selling off in that supply area. It is selling off. Meta, it looks like it is starting to sell off down to 188.74. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA at those highs. Now, NVIDIA looks good here. It looks pretty strong. Let me zoom in on the 5-minute to get a little bit more information. We are seeing wicking off at those tops right at this high right here, guys. So just as we thought about in pre-market, we talked about everything running up into its highs. Now, it didn't break through those highs in pre-market. We're not coming back to test those highs. No, we are at those highs right now, and we are starting to sell off, and it looks like we're starting to sell off pretty hard into those areas. So when I say hard, that is relative. I'm looking at a 5-minute time frame, and I'm seeing wicking off on that time frame. Now, Tesla looks stronger with the overall market, but Tesla is sitting at 180.19 right now, which is that area of resistance. So be careful, guys. Now, Meta giving it a nice push back up here at its highs, getting sold off again. So we're going to see, what does Meta want to do here? I think what I'm going to do is use its highs right now as its sell-off. So if it wants to break these highs, guys, I want out of this short. That's simple as that. So I'm going to go ahead and take a hard stop on this. If it wants me out, it will get me out, and I'm going to be trade free on this. So let me switch this to day time frame. Let me move this up and make sure my stop loss is at the top. So now if I get stopped out of this, guys, I'm going to be getting a very small loss, okay? So right here is my stop loss. This is my line in the sand. This is where I will buy 25 shares if it wants to push up and break out higher. So why am I doing that? Well, Tesla's looking like it's wanting to break out stronger. And then we had a beautiful sell off for Meta, but what happened? It looks like it's buying right back up, and there it goes. It stopped me out for that trade. That's a-okay, guys, because we are going to keep on looking to see what's going to happen. Now, we know Meta still wants to push up to those highs. We lost about, what, $1, $2, $3 on that trade. We're still looking to get in short. We're still looking for an area that we can short Meta. Now, I do want to get in a little bit more here at these tops and see if I can buy it as it breaks through. And then if I can, I'm going to try and buy up another share here, right up here. Let me just get my order out in case it does want to hit it. We're going to go ahead and get another 25 right there. If it wants to get up into that 190.31 right at that high, it's going to wick up there. It's going to smack my sell order, and then we're going to see how it wants to play from there. But if this thing wants to keep on pushing higher, guys, I will give back the small gains that I had this morning to try and play this trade using this top as my risk. And look at that beautiful push there, guys. Meta, another big push. This is looking really strong for Meta as NVIDIA is starting to sell off. So very interesting area here for Meta. Never would have thought that we would be pushing or seeing these highs today. So it's a beautiful thing to see, guys, Meta pushing up this high. Even though I'm short, I love to see a beautiful push, guys. You do love to see a beautiful push, but be careful at these highs because we are at the all-time highs. It makes me want to actually get in even more. It really does. And you know, I'm going to try it, guys. I want to try it because, you know, that's me. I'm a trader, and that's what I want to do, right? And if it breaks out of these highs, then I'm going to get out. Okay, so I'm going to get in heavy. We're going to go 100 shares short on Meta, and then we're going to go ahead and make sure we protect ourselves by putting our stop right above this area, okay? Right above this area. Is it going to get that last share size in? Is it going to get that last share size in for me? That's a real good question. But I tell you what, if it doesn't want to give me that last share size, it just wants to fail from there, I'm not going to complain too much. We're up $65 on that trade right now. But, you know, this thing could come right back and get me out, guys. There's no playing around with these. And, you know, it's just as simple as that, guys. It's as simple as that. You could be in a trade and it could just wick up, get you completely out, especially because we are playing such tight. There we go. Now I'm in for that last 100 shares, and I want to make sure I have my stop loss in this, guys. And my stop loss is going to sit just above that area of resistance. So if it wants to break out, if it wants to get past that, I'm going to take a small loss on this trade. So let's hope, and I say it respectfully, it doesn't break out any higher as NVIDIA is trading higher, as Meta looks like it's trying to push higher, looking absolutely great. There we go. Meta, I just got filled, so we took a small loss on that Meta trade. Do I keep fighting or do I go with the bulls? So what I'm going to have to do here now, guys, I'm going to have to reassess the situation. We are breaking out of this area. We are going higher on NVIDIA. Higher on Tesla. Everything looks like it wants to push to the north side. People, it seems as if they want to believe that we aren't going to see any more rate hikes in the future. So when the FOMC meeting comes out with all of this pushersons to the north side, we might see some bloody battles if we stay the rate hike. So we are seeing a push. Things are looking good, but I can't just go ahead and get long now. We fought the shorts. We fought the longs this long. Now we need to see it come back and find some support before we can take another trade. So Joshi, good morning. Which chart software do you suggest? I use Thinkorswim, sir. I use Thinkorswim Creative. That is what I use. That's what I like to use. That's what I love to use. And that's what I'll recommend anybody to use. So keep that in mind. You know, I honestly do want to keep fighting this, guys, just because, you know, we're up here at these highs. It's so hard for me to want to look for a long. So let me bring up the cues. Let me bring up the cues, because this could be the most beautiful short you've ever seen if we play this thing right. So, you know, the cue is still at these highs, still at, you know, this area. But, you know, I don't want to get too engrossed or too involved in something this early. So that was a beautiful push for Meta. You got to love that push. You got to appreciate the power that was right there in Meta. If any of you longs had that long, congratulations, because that was a beautiful push. That is where I would have taken out all my shares, actually, to be quite frank. As you can hear, my voice is going out, guys. It's not because I talked for 4 hours straight. No way. That can't be the reason why. Yeah, I really do want to fight this, though. I mean, just looking where all this is at, kind of, you know, making kind of a mental note of like where all this trading area is, and then going back here and seeing that we are in, you know, in all of this traded area. You know, it's just absolutely beautiful. I think the last thing I need to really mark out is like the tops, you know, these tops. So this is what it's got. You know, its next area is going to be this 193. But I still don't think it's going to push. I still don't think it's going to push. But, you know, I've been wrong so many times before. I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to be that guy. So cherry picking the top is never good either, guys, when you're trying to do what I just did here and just say, okay, well, that's got to be the highest it can go. That's the push. No, the best thing to do for you is to see, you know, okay, it reached its high. It starts to sell off here. You know, where's the next... You know, if you start to see the sell-off and then you see a push, you know, off, let's say off VWAP, then you want to get short. You know, that'd be a good area to get short. So keep that in mind, guys. You know, cherry picking the top, like you see me try to do, isn't the best idea. I'm thinking out loud as I work, as I trade. So don't try and cherry pick the top. Try and find, you know, the sell-off action and then that pop to try and get that drop, risking the high of day. All right. So we can take a look at TRKA. TRKA is getting a nice little pop at 26 cents. That looks nice. GM BTC back to 26. It looks like Bitcoin. Did Bitcoin head back down? Let's take a look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin, holy crap. Look at that push for Bitcoin. Wow. Yeah, Bitcoin's just flying up, guys. Just flying up. Looking absolutely amazing for Bitcoin. So the SPY is trading at 391.24. Looks like it just keeps wanting to push. What a beautiful day in the market for this, guys. It looks like the CPI index, even though it came out 0.1% higher month over month, it's looking pretty good. But now look at Qs. Qs are right there. Right there at its highs, guys, that next area I talked about. So, you know, I think I am going to get in short using these highs again. I'm going to try it one more time, guys. You know, I do like this for a short. I am fighting the short, and it might cost me a couple bucks trying to do it. But, hey, if I can catch it, if I can catch that dang short, you know, it's going to be a pretty one. So I am 100 shares short at 190.91 in Meta, risking the high of day, looking because on the Qs, we are right here into its resistance area from, let's see, 227.23 and 228.23. We had double tops on there. This would be considered a head and shoulders pattern for the overall Q sector. Okay, so that's why I'm playing this. It might stop me out right off the rip, and that's a-okay, guys. I'm going to keep fighting this until it comes back and tests an area to get long. So BTC target 26,585, given this target last week. Yes, sir. Joshi in the building. NVDA touched 237, lol. Yes, sir. Look at that. Everything's looking good for you, Joshi. I'm glad to hear. So let's take a look at NVDA because we want to see how this thing is pushing. And it's given a nice push here, guys. A really nice push right back up. And this 240 area is going to be the area to really watch to see if it wants to fail, if it wants to head on lower. So if it can push and then come back and test and head higher, that would look good too. If it wants to break through, come back and test that 240, that would look beautiful. And there we go. We're stopped out again as Meta pushes ever higher. Look at that. Meta trading at 191.58 and NVIDIA trading at 237.58. Look at these beautiful trades, guys. Absolutely amazing. You love to see it. Meta, look at that. Wow, what a beautiful day for the stock market. What about the overall? Let's take a look at the S&P really quick, guys. So the S&P gave a nice push here at 391, breaking its highs from yesterday, now trading up into its roughly its VWAP area from 2 days ago. We need to zoom out on the hourly to take a better peeky gander. So it looks like it is pushing. We are still in an area of supply. We know that we have these lows in pre-market, which don't mean too much, to a whole lot. You know what I do want to do, guys, is just while you're here on the show, let me click on this call. I'll click on equities, and I'll click show extended trading hours and hit apply. That's going to reduce a lot of this noise so we can see what's really going on in this market. So we've seen the market come down and get bought right back up. Now we're trading back into this 390 area. If this 390 area wants to hold, I wouldn't mind seeing it come back and testing this area one more time before heading higher. But if it wants to keep pushing higher and get up to this 395, break out, come back and test 395, that might be a nice area to long as well. So this market is just looking absolutely nutso. Not what I expected in the markets at all. But you know, you've got to have two sides to every play, and here we do. So we tried the shorts. We tried the shorts more than once. We made a little money on the market open, and then in the pre-market. Then after market open, we took 2 short sales, and we got stopped out on those short sales. That's a-okay. We don't want to fight the trend for too long or for too hard, because that's when you can get bit. So I'm trying to cherry pick these tops. That second one wasn't a cherry pick top, but we are going to keep on looking to see what it wants to give us. So let's go ahead and put this on the hourly to see what we can find out. So after breaking through that 190 area, we can use that as support now. So I would love to see Meta come back down and test these areas to see if it wants to act as support. If it acts as support, well, then I'm going to switch my bias. You know, but if it doesn't act support and starts to break on through, you know, I'm going to say, well, I got in those shorts a little too early, didn't I? So we will see. Only time's going to tell when it comes to that. So let me swing on through here. The IWM is starting to give a little bit of a sell-off here on the hourly. It's trading at 178.23. It looks like the Qs, what a beautiful push, man. Right into that 295 area. This is going to be an interesting area for it. If I switch that down to the 5-minute, we can see it hasn't broke through that 295, that 296 area just yet. That's going to be a really hard area for the Qs to get through, in my personal opinion, just because there's a lot of that overhead supply. So will this take off? Will this break through? Will this come back and test support and go on higher? So let's see. SPY, as told yesterday, operator buying already happened. Positive above 388.5, may go up to 397. Yeah, we did talk about the overall bullish sentiment in the SPY down here because of the volume, guys. The overall volume, if you look on the daily, there was a lot of volume traded to the downside. And on this daily, the majority of it was to the downside, but it was a lot more than anticipated volume. So this is looking overall very well, and this gap up's being held on the SPY. So we might have to switch biases. We might have to try and take things up to the north side, because that just seems to be where they want to head. So we're going to keep an eye on the overall market to see if that is true. How does everything want to play out? So let's take a look at the Qs. The Qs still pushing up into that area, trying its hardest, just lingering around there in those areas. So we're going to see what it wants to do. Looking absolutely amazing. Hard day to be a bear, ladies and gentlemen, but that's why you got to be a bear with the bull horns. You got to see both sides of the story. Even if you're losing money, those pushes to the north side do wonders for the overall account. So it looks like that SQ, man, I'm telling you, those Qs are having a really hard time pushing up through this top. Makes me want to zoom in on that 1 minute and get in trouble. Alex is going to yell at me, seeing me in here on the 1 minute, but look, it just won't. And there it goes. Just as I said that, the next tick up, and there it goes. It's starting to push. Do we take note of this? Do we try and take a trade on this, or do we sit back, relax, and wait? Because it's just breaking through that 296.25 area, which is absolutely a great area to see this thing break through. So let's move to the 1 hour before I get in trouble here. And still, guys, even though we broke through that red line, we have to understand that this is an area of liquidity. Right? And if I mark this area of liquidity out, it's going to look kind of like this. So we just broke into its supply, not breaking out of its resistance. So keep that in mind, guys. When I get excited and I say things like that, we're not diddling in the middle anymore. We are actually up into its supply area, and this might be the area of tell-all. This might be the area that it says, hey, you know, we can't take any more, we can't push any higher, and we are starting to get a big sell-off here in Meta. We're down to 191.24. When I say a big sell-off, we're talking just a little pullback here for Meta. So what do I want to see? If we're still looking for shorts, it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to see a pullback and a pop for it to short. But if this thing just wants to sell off and go to the sell side, hey, you know, it is what it is. We know that Qs are in its supply area. So we're going to see what the Meta wants to do here. But it looks like we are seeing some sell-off in the Qs, in Meta, in Netflix. Let's see how Microsoft's holding up. Microsoft, look at that beautiful push just up over that liquidity area. This might be, you know, a nice area for Microsoft to fail, but what do I know? You know, we're on the hourly. Let's move into the 5 minute and see. So this might be, instead of cherry picking the top, this might be the area where we want to get in short. So maybe we get in something small here and see, or wait for a pop, you know, off this VWAP here and see if we can't get in short. So I'm going to try and get in a little bit, man. You know, I feel kind of silly now, not waiting until now, because, you know, we have a beautiful area. So let's see if Microsoft wants to bounce off this. Let's see if Meta wants to bounce off this, or if it wants to head lower. So it looks like we're getting a small bounce on Meta here. Does it want to bounce, or does this thing just want to epically fail and head to the sell side? So we're kind of in an area of trying to understand here, you know, trying to understand what's going on, what we want to do, if this thing wants to push higher, or if all of this resistance area is going to be gone. So Meta's closer to your area. I know that you've probably been in Meta for a year now, haven't you, Heiser? You've been in Meta for a year, or are you waiting for the short side? You know, what are you looking at, Heiser? I don't know. I don't keep track of every one of your trades, but I do know some of your trades. So let me know what you're looking at, Heiser, or where you're at in Meta. What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to continue with the long and to exit your long, or are you in it short at a specific price area? So let me know. I would love to know. It looks like Microsoft is just doing its best to hold that downward trend line that I drew for you. And you can see Amazon here is starting to sell off in that supply area, as Meta is still looking strong at 190.79. We're going to see, does it want to break down here for us and at least head to VWAP, or does it want to hold its stay and continue to push higher? So that's not going to be long before we find that out, as Microsoft gives us a little pop. Netflix pushing lower, and the Qs look like it's bouncing off of its VWAP area. Yes, it's VWAP. It's VWAP area. It's giving a little bounce, but we have some context now as to what the Qs is going to do. So it did push out, did break out higher than previous day's trading highs, and it pushed right up into that supply area. I drew the line, and then I drew the liquidity just so you guys knew where that was at. So let's see, Meta positive above 189, operator selling already happened means safe now, follow stop loss. So yeah, so it looks like Joshi is saying, the operator, is selling because he's buying up down here. So let me give you guys a little excerpt. Now, I could be completely wrong. This thing could rip up. It could go a lot higher. But, let's just kind of look at what Joshi's trying to tell you when he says the operator. So, usually every one of these big stocks, they have an operator. They have somebody there that is there controlling these to make sure we don't have huge sell-offs or huge just huge sell-offs, right? We want to see big buy-ups, but we don't want them to go too high too fast either. So you have somebody back here painting this picture, meaning you have somebody that has millions and millions and millions of dollars ready to buy up Meta shares. And if Meta shares drops off too fast, too quick, you will have that person buying up this area, buying up this liquidity and painting the picture for everyone, okay? And when they paint the picture for everyone, they get people long, they get people to buy, and when they get up to these peaks, up to these tops, okay, when they get up here, that's when your operator starts to sell, because that's where all the liquidity is. All the liquidity sits right here now, right at market open, and people are buying into this, racing into this, because we had this huge push, and then the operator is selling all of the shares that he bought up down here. And if you want to have a better understanding of how all of that takes place, I have a book here that I recommend. This is about Anna Cooling, A Complete Guide to Price Volume Analysis. It gives you a better understanding of how volume analysis works and how you can use it to create better trading scenarios, and you can understand what's going on in the market. So what Joshi's saying is the operator has bought up in these areas. You can see the liquidity right here, buying it up, right here, buying it up, and down here buying it up. After we bought it up and we came up into this next area of liquidity, it sold off pretty hard, and now we're starting to see that sell off. So will this thing sell off completely? I don't know, but I'm holding 100 shares short. I'd love to see this thing hold until the end. So if we're going to see the overall market start to fail, I wouldn't mind holding on to a stock like this and just watching it tumble. But that's the hardest thing, guys, is actually trying to hold on to a stock that you got a good price in. Especially if you're up, $200-300, you want to take a piece off, and this thing rips up the next day. It doesn't stop you out, but you see a lot of your P&L fluctuations, and yes, it can be very, very hard. So keep that in mind, guys, that when you are taking these shares, and even if you think you have a read on the overall market, you cannot be as solvent as the market is at all times. I don't think that's how the saying goes, but whether I bash or not, that's a-okay. I think you know what I'm talking about. So cheers to you. This one is for you, and I need it. This one's for you, but I need it. So Heiser, we're talking about Meta, and he says, let's see, not a year ago, 3 months and almost 2 weeks. Wow, very beautiful trade there for 3 months and 2 weeks. I really like that trade, and yeah, good for you, Heiser. I don't know, is this a long-term hold for you? I mean, the price that you got it seems pretty dang good, but I totally understand. Everybody trades different, but at these highs, if I was holding it for that long, I would have sold a long time ago. So you got bigger cojones than I do, good sir. So good for you. Granny Randy, hello and good luck. Heiser, Granny Randy says, banks, PACW. Okay, we'll go through the banks, guys. That's a good idea. PACW, thank you, Heiser. PACW is Pacific West Bank. Looks like it had a beautiful chirp to the north side. We also have FRC, which is another chirp to the north side. Are these things going to get sold off, or are they going to head on higher? Let's see, WAL. Let's take a peeky gander. Another chirp to the north side after huge selling off. And then we also have Key Bank. So that also has another chirp off, and it looks like this thing could really sell off. So be careful with those, guys. But I think I'm just going to make that part of my watch list here. Let's create a new watch list, and let's do banks, BANKS, just because that's the hot topic, not like the clothing store. PACW, okay, we have FRC, we have WAL, and we have KEY. Thank you, Heiser, for that. We're going to go ahead and save that in our watch list, and we will definitely run through those as the days go by. So we have a nice little pop-up here on Key. It looks like it's at its base. Is this thing going to fail right here in this area? Only time will tell. Remember, these things don't move a whole lot. They're not very quick movers, but when they move, they will move during this time of volatility. So be very, very careful out there, guys, because we don't we definitely do not want to be on the wrong side of this. So make sure you have your stops ready. Make sure you know what your trading plan is, because if you don't have a trading plan, you could really get hurt, guys. It's very easy to get hurt in this market. As you've seen, this morning taking some speculative trades in pre-market, we made some money, but it's very, very dangerous trading any of these stocks without having your risk in mind, not knowing what you can lose, because if you don't know what you can lose, you will all of a sudden panic out of these trades, and then they don't hit your stop loss, and then they go the way you want them to, and then sure enough, you're hurting more because you're seeing all of these expected gains just go the opposite way. You're not seeing your plan into fruition. You're not happy with what you did or what you did in the market. So no matter what you do, if you don't trade your trading plan and you don't follow through with it, then you will find out that you're going to hurt even more when the trade goes your way rather than panicking out. So make sure you trade your plan, trade with the proper size, and make sure you do your due diligence on the stock. And then, of course, always use risk management. Okay, guys? So let's keep on keeping on here and make sure we keep this live, baby. If you don't know, guys, we are live. This is live trading, live entertainment. This is the commentary that I try and bring you guys every single day. I try to bring you the best commentary, the best analysis, and live trading. So whether we're doing good or we're not doing good, what do we do with our losers? We learn from our losers. What can we learn from our losing trades? So we learned from yesterday that I don't like, and the day before. Actually, we did a little excerpt on it in the Discord, guys. And the whole question is why did I give back my gains? Really simple. Why did I give back my gains? Well, I can tell you why I gave back my gains, because I kept zooming in on the 1 minute and I wasn't looking at my overall levels. Okay, so now I stopped zooming in on the 1 minute. The furthest I'll zoom in is on the 5 minute, and that's after I zoom out. So I'll start with the hourly. I'll find my levels. I drew these out for you in pre-market. Then I zoom in on here on the 5 minute, and then we can get a better idea of how this thing is trading. So we've seen that the Qs on the hourly, we have this overhead resistance. It touched that resistance, it failed. It touched VWAP, and it's starting to bounce back up. If this thing wants to push, and it wants to push higher and keep testing that area, trading sideways above VWAP, that is looking like an overall amazing area to take a long in, because it's holding all of these gains. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. That's just one view. There's many ways to look at the market, but we also know that if it's trading into the supply and it doesn't push up any higher, it doesn't keep continuing to test, and we sell off every time we get into this area, then we can say, well, hey, there's a lot of overhead resistance. There's a lot of fear and FUD in the market. There's a lot of people thinking, hey, the banks could be contagion, where it goes and spreads that fear from one bank to another. So you would need to be careful with that. So we got Joshi speaking out and saying PACW, he's got it long. So he has a long-term target, $50. Good to sit buy above 23.50. So that's long-term target 50. Good to sit in buy above 23.50. Okay, so we're sitting at 14.20 right now. So would you consider this a good area to buy? So that's just a quick question for you, Josie, because we're trading at 14.15 right now. We're saying anything above 23.50 is a buy. So are you saying sit in and sell out in that area? Either way, guys, if we look at PACW, we can see we had a gap down, sideways, and a gap up, and that was gap down on fear, gap up because the Prezi came out and he's like, yo, look, don't worry about your money, dog. We're gonna give it to you, and it won't be your taxpayers' money. I don't know where we're gonna get that money, because the only money the government makes is through taxpayers. But it's not going to be with taxpayer money, and that looked good. Now, what do I think? I think the fear is going to take over. Personally, Joshi, this is just my side of the story. I think fear is going to take over, and I think this gap up, people aren't going to trust it until, everything gets worked out. So I don't trust it. This could be a great area to buy the bank, but you know, what is the real issue here? Are banks ever going to get their story straight? Are they ever going to fix any of this and say, hey, you know what, we're going to stop, we're going to make sure that we always have the money on hand, that we don't put all of our money into these assets, and that we always can liquidate and make sure that everybody has the money when they come asking for it. I don't know, I'm not sure, but the government is trying to back them up. So we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. So good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Dave. We've been open for 30 minutes right now. I'm going to pour myself a little bit more coffee because I think I deserve it. 4 hours worth of talking, coming in hot, literally coming in hot, baby, because I like that warm coffee. It soothes the throat. It's just black coffee. It's Aldi's coffee. Why is it black? Why is it Aldi's? Well, that's the cheapest way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm a boy on a budget, a baller on a budget, if you will. So cheers to you. Cheers to me. Thank you for being here. That's good stuff. Let's take a look at our more speculative stocks like OCEA. It did break down in that $8 area, so no big deal. That might be a nice area to use as a risk now to short. EUDA looks like it did a beautiful push up off that base. I said in pre-market I would want to see it come back down, hit my alert to test this 250 so I could get in for a long, taking it back up to here to take half off and let the other half ride. But we didn't get that play, so we're not playing it. JFBR back down here at its support around this 169 area. You know this is looking like a beautiful cup and handle, but with all that overhead support and the FUD that's in the market, I'm not going to really be looking into that. UNCY broke down this 188 area. It had a nice little pop in pre-market, but sold off. Now it's right at its base here. This might be an area to buy, but keep in mind we have a lot of selling off volume, not a lot of buying volume right now, so that might be further sell-off for UNCY. Now, do we have anything else coming up? We have FRC, First Republic Bank. It looks like it's getting a lot of attention here in this 46.62 area. Well, they all are. They all are getting attention, right? Let's take a look at the gap up scanner here. Let's see. Nothing on our gap up scanner. AIMD is on the gap up scanner. We're trading at 127. Look at that. 127 for AIMD. Doesn't look anything too crazy. I'm not seeing a ton of overhead resistance until we get up into that $2 area. PXMD. Look at this pusher right here, guys. PXMD looks like it is up 43% right now, trading at 258. It looks really good, but in this area, it's a high level of liquidity, and it gets even worse once we get up into this area. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. It's got a nice push. It's still got a long ways to push until it gets up into that liquidity area, so we shall see. Let's run back to the Qs, see how the Qs are doing. Back up there into that area. It wants to push. It wants to break through. Will it? Only time will tell, but it looks like our MetaTrade is going to be doing very well. Well, it looks like it is. So we're going to go ahead and open up this active trader. We're up about 22 bucks on this trade, but with the overall market, I don't expect me to really be able to hold on to this thing. I am expecting to get stopped out again, guys. I'd love to hold on to this trade. I'm expecting to get stopped out again, but let me tell you what I'm sick of. I'm sick of calling all these moves out, everybody making money off of my stock analysis, and then me taking a trade, especially on stream, and not following through with it. Because if I would just follow through with half of the charts that I bring up, guys, I would be a rich man right now, but I'm not a rich man. I'm a very, very good at speculating, not the best at trading man. So that's what I'm doing here. That's why I drew this submarine up here on the back, because sometimes you can be under pressure. Sometimes it feels like you are underwater, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm showing you guys trading is hard, trading is tough. It takes the ability, obviously, to talk for 4 hours, but it also takes the ability to put yourself on the line in front of people, to lose and say that I am wrong in front of people, and that is a hard thing to do. I don't know if you guys have ever tried that or if you've ever been in that position, but I have been in that position many, many times using jiu-jitsu as a beautiful example. Why am I using jiu-jitsu as an example? Well, here's the thing, guys. In jiu-jitsu, you are either going to go unconscious or you are going to tap when you have lost, okay? And tapping is a key feature in jiu-jitsu. It's what keeps you safe. It's what keeps you from breaking your arm, from being choked out completely and having to pass out. It really does keep you safe in the overall jiu-jitsu. So what keeps me safe in the market? Well, learning from my losers keeps me safe. Tapping from my losers keeps me safe in the market. So I'm going to tap every single time that I need to tap so I don't break my account, break my arm, or go unconscious, right? So those are the way I like to, I do a lot of jiu-jitsu. Of course, because of my knees been messed up, I haven't been able to do much jiu-jitsu at all, but I finally got in my first roll with my wife yesterday. Yes, she does jiu-jitsu too, so don't mess with her. But I got my first roll in just the other day with the wife, and I'm able to do at least a little something there, so that makes me happy. I'm at least able to do what I love, like I'm sitting here in front of you today, doing exactly what I love to do. And I'm here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 until 12, ladies and gentlemen. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I will be here for you. Let's take a little sip Shawana. Keep an eye on this cues because it's wanting to push. It's putting a lot of pressure up there on its supply. But will the supply prevail? Will the supply start to make it go tanky tank, and just fail here? Well, that's what I want to know. I hope that's what you want to know too, because that's what I'm watching. And if you are watching something that I'm not, you need to put it up into the chat so that way I can go over it, so I can react to it, so I can watch it with you, ladies and gentlemen. So let me know what you're watching and I will watch it with you. So PACW long-term target 50 good to sit in the buy. So means operator did huge buying at the zone, 23.25 downside. They may bring down to 5. Also, that is not no, but they will push it to 50. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you never actually know, guys. These are just, this is speculation. And I can tell Joshi likes to speculate just as much as I do. And that's why he's here, because he can put out what he wants, and I'm going to read it, and I'm going to speculate with him. And those are all good things, guys. And he's talking about where the operator is, where the market, I call him market maker, but yes, it's an operator, guys. So where is the operator in these stocks? Now, usually you're going to be able to see an operator in a low float stock a lot easier than you're going to be able to see it in a longer, bigger term stock. So like this OCEA, you can see the operator building up positions, and taking things higher. OCEA is a bad example. But like this here, these aren't moves from you and I. These are operators doing this. They're buying up these big things and they're selling at the top. And that's just the way it works. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You have to have operators in these stocks, because if people believed in all the fear, the panic, the FUD, well, the biggest issue with all that, guys, would be the simple fact that things would actually go to zero. Things would actually go to zero. Your things that would sell off, like your Nikola's, your, stuff like that, these speculative stocks, they wouldn't stand a chance. The second they started selling off up here and they had these huge breakdowns, you better believe nobody's going to be buying these down here. It would sell off so hard, so fast, it would go to zero before anybody could save this stock, right? So keep that in mind. Now, I could be wrong on that analysis, but guys, if you don't have anybody to buy the stock, it could go to zero because everybody's going to keep selling. And if everybody keeps trying to trip over each other to sell, that could very easily happen. That could very easily take place, and that's something that you really need to watch out for. Now, the Qs are trading at 295.94. It started to sell off into that liquidity area. It didn't create a double top. It created a lower high on the 5 minutes. So let's zoom out here on the hour to get a better idea of what's going on. So look, guys, we had a huge push on that CPI. It first broke down, got bought up, ship-shaped up, went right up to the sky, hit this laser beam that we drew across at 395. We not just drew the laser beam, but we drew the supply area in case it were to push up here. We knew what we're messing with. This laser beam came and crossed and chopped off heads. This thing started trading lower, and goodness gracious, are we going to see this thing want to hold in the Qs, or is it going to tanky tank? So what we can do is look across the board and see what is actually going on. So we'll put meat, or as known better as meta, over here on this side. We'll keep it on the hourly so I'm not sweating the 5 minute. We're going to put on the 5 minute so I sweat the 5 minute. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to run through the indices. So the SPY looks like it's getting a pullback, sitting right on top of that VWAP area. We are on the 5 minute, just broke through the VWAP area. IWM breaking down. Let's see what Granny Randy's got to say. First of all, that's good coffee. Second of all, let's see. Granny Randy says, I like something's, but gots to go. It's been interesting. Thanks for letting me hang out. Granny Randy, if you got that something, you got to let me know before you go. Anyway, I do appreciate you being here, Grandma. I absolutely love you, and we will see you very, very soon. IMBI, Heiser said, is moving. So let's take a look at AMBI, he says, is moving. So this is a emergency response stock. Very interesting. So I don't know anything about the stock. It is moving, but it looks like absolute garbage on the 5-minute. We're not seeing too much going on. It must be brand new. This thing just popped up on Heiser scanners. This thing's going to need some time to play out because I don't see anything going on with this except for a big push without volatility and big volatility with sell-off action. So we're going to need some more time for that. So we're going to head back to the banks. Let's see how the banks are doing. We got trading sideways, FRC, PACW. We got it trading sideways. We got FRC trading sideways. We got WAL breaking down, and we have Key trading sideways. So we have FRC trading sideways 3 times, and the rest are all trading sideways. Well, Key, actually, Wall looks like it's breaking down. Okay, guys. So that's what we got for the banks. Let me go back to our Qs. So the Qs look like it broke all the way down to that VWAP area and started getting soaked back up again. Is it going to hold that VWAP area? That'd be very interesting. We got Netflix here with a nice little push. Very interesting, Netflix. Very, very interesting. With the overall market failing, Netflix wanted to give a nice little push right up into this VWAP area. This might be a nice area to short for Netflix. We'll have to come back and take a peeky gander. Microsoft finally looking like it wants to start to break down, but we still have that upwards trend line that it's trying to fight. So Microsoft's still looking strong in the market as Meta is getting a nice pullback here. Let's see what we're up on this trade. We're up about $120 on this trade right now, guys. And here's the thing. This is where I start to get squeamish. This is where I start to hurt. This is where I want to exit this trade. And every time I think that, we always get whiplash. It always heads back in the wrong direction on me. So this is what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to buy this freaking market here. I really don't want to do this. But I'm going to regret it if I don't. I'm buying the market up here. Oh, no. I'm trying to reject this order. Oh, that's because I got this up here. Okay. I really don't want to do this. I want to hold this for like ever, guys, because I really think the market's going to fail. You know, I really hope I don't regret not selling this, but you know, trading's really hard, guys. It's really, really hard, and you know, it really sucks sometimes when you, especially because I was down money, and now I'm looking at this P&L and I'm thinking about my overall trade. Well, what do I really want for this trade? What do I really want for this trade? Well, it's pretty simply put. I want to see it fail. Okay, I'm expecting everything to fail. So before I do any rash decisions, let me go through this. We got the Qs bouncing off that VWAP, trading above VWAP. Yeah. So that right there is like a tell-all. It's like, hey, Michael, get out of this trade or at least take half. So, you know, we'll come back to trade again. But I don't want to. I don't want to. That's it. I don't give a crap. I'm holding this out. I'm going to be a big boy, and I'm going to take the loss if the loss presents itself. It's that simple. That's all I'm doing. If the loss presents itself, I'm going to take the loss, but I'm taking this over this bigger expected move. I don't care that it's trading above VWAP. I don't care that it's going into its supply area again. I'm setting my stop. I'm staying the course, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to hold on to this damn trade until it either breaks me out or it breaks down for the bigger expected move to the lower side. So I am in this trade. I'm in it to win it or in it to lose it. I don't really care. That's that. The Qs are at its supply area again. We keep getting sell-off every time it gets up here. It created a new lower high. If it breaks out here, I'm going to be really squeamish. I'm going to be really, really squeamish here, and I'm going to want to exit Meta. But Meta is below its VWAP area. Where is NVDA? Where is Netflix? Netflix is at its VWAP area, breaking down from there. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft is still lingering like a smelly fart on top of that VWAP area. This thing doesn't know what it wants to do here, but I tell you what, if it breaks down from this area, it can break this downward trend line that it's trying to hold as key support. I think we're going to be in for a doozy of a failure. So I think I'm doing good and holding on to that short. And it, you know, guys, I'm going back and forth and it just sounds so unprofessional, but I don't care. I don't care how it sounds. This is real. This is raw. This is how trading is sometimes. It will make you sick to your stinking stomach unless you get really, really good at it. Then you don't think at all. You just trade. So NVIDIA back up at those highs, wanting to find an area here for support, but it's only running into resistance. It's looking exactly like the Qs and looking like it really wants to sell off in this area. Can I take another tasty trade on this, or will I be regretting trying to get into these trades? So here I am, just asking for more punishment here. I took another 100 shares short in NVIDIA. If this thing breaks out above these areas, I'm going to really be hurting. So we will see NVIDIA looking very strong. Look at that. Goodness gracious. This may have been a very bad idea. So we're going to hold on to this and see what happens with NVIDIA, because when we take these trades, we got to be big boys when we take these trades. So what are we going to do here? We're going to make sure that we have our stop set in case this thing breaks out, because if it breaks out above this area, this could be a crazy move for NVIDIA. But I think it's worth the risk, because in this area, as you guys said, I told you many times, in this area, I do like this trade for a short. So I'm going to stay to those facts, and I'm going to hold on to my meta short, and I am in NVIDIA short now. Now NVIDIA is looking, wow, look how strong NVIDIA looks, wanting to hold out at these highs, and that might be what is holding the Qs up in its justice right here, as Meta wants to continue to pull back down. So very interesting, very interesting to see the Qs being held up by NVIDIA, right? NVDA, guys. NVIDIA doing a great job trying to hold out at those peaks, but will it? Can it hold out? And there's a nice push down there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and get out half of that. I'm going to buy half of that market. Now we are still holding on to our full meta. Why isn't it letting me buy back in? Oh, because I have my stop loss up here. Of course, now it's going back. This is trading, guys. This is trading. I tried to get half out right there at that base, so that way I could make a little money. I could have threw 15 bucks on, but it's right back up there into that $8. I only got $8 up now, so we're going to hold on to this trade and see if it wants to give us another push back down to the south side. Let's see, we're up 14 bucks now. We're up 22 bucks. Give me another push down to that VWAP area, and I will exit this trade. We are still holding on to our meta short, though. Our meta is our conviction play, is our long-term short, and now we are going to sell 50 right there at that. Of course, nope. No, we're not. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna get out of this trade just because it's not doing exactly what I expected. We need to go ahead and get out half right there. Okay, we're down a few dollars on that. We're 50 shares in this. We're gonna go ahead and leave those 50 in to either VWAP or break these tippy tops. All right. So we'll see what is going to happen there. It looks like VWAP is holding out very well for this trade. So we're going to see what happens. Come on, let's go. Come on down, NVIDIA. Let's bring you down, NVIDIA. Let's see something happen here, baby. We want to see a big sell-off here to the south side for NVIDIA for this trade, but not for the overall market. We'd like to see this overall market shape up and head on higher. That being said, it might just do that, but it's got some liquidity areas and liquidity pools that it's going to need to really try and break through. So we're going to see if that's what's going to happen. If that's what works for the overall market to head on higher, that's fine. I have a long-term investing account, 401k, Roth IRA, all that good stuff. So if the market wants to head higher with NVIDIA trying to drag it up, I'm going to root for that. But if it doesn't and it wants to head on lower, well, we got a tasty trade in line in both Meta and NVIDIA. Both very tasty, very speculative trades up in these areas. So we're going to see what it wants to do as Meta breaks down below its VWAP area and NVIDIA just lingering up there, just fighting as hard as it possibly can up there at those highs, doing its absolute best to just try and break out. But it looks like we're seeing some sellers come in now. We're going to see what this thing really wants to do as Meta continues to head lower here. Let's see what the overall market is doing. Since we have our stops in, we don't have to stare at every tick. Now the Q is back down here at its VWAP area. It keeps bouncing around. Now I've told you guys before, if we keep seeing this thing hold above this VWAP area, it can be very, very scary for the overall market. When I say that is because I'm in shorts. So if the overall market is going to get scary because this thing wants to break out higher, you know, I think the very first thing we need to look at is NVDA, because NVDA is what's holding out so well. So here we are with NVDA. We are in 50 shares short. We want to see this thing fail for the overall shorts to fail. But if this thing wants to head on higher, AMBI, formerly known as HPX, really? Is it really? So I was looking at HPX this morning and watching this thing absolutely fail. Oh, I know what you mean. You're saying it's like HPX. I gotcha. So yeah, HPX is a huge, crazy, parabolic mover. So now we have AMBI. And we got my boy Heiser saying it's quite like it. So if we were to take a speculative risk on this, let's say we're risking, I don't know, let's say we're risking this low, right? Let's say we're risking that low. You know, we could take in a small share size right here if it wants to get us in. And we can use that. We can play this gamble. You know, I like Kaiser. We can play this gamble. We're out of NVDA. Okay, we're out of NVDA. It looks like the market does want to push higher on this area. We're not going to take AMBI right now. We need to see a basing. We need to see something base out on NVIDIA in order to, or for that trade to take it. It looks like it cues, man, I'm telling you. Makes me really want to exit this dang trade now, especially because we took a small hit on NVDA. What are we down to NVIDIA? $34? Okay, it's pushing up into this area. Is this a blow off top? Is this going to keep on heading higher? Either way, you know, here I am, you know, being very speculative over Meta, because we are seeing some action happen, but we haven't broke out. We haven't done anything on Qs. So, you know, when I look at these things and I look at these stocks, like, hey, I'm up, I'm green for the day, you know, I'm playing my P&L. That's not a good thing. But this is real raw trading, guys. Real raw trading right here for you, right here live. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I'm going to be bringing out videos every single day, guys. We're gonna do shorts every day. We're gonna do videos every day. We're gonna see what our analytics look like. Because that might be best. That might be best to just do shorts. It might just be best to do videos for learning, for education purposes, so I could take my trades and I can show you, hey guys, you need to check this out. You know, check these things out. So I'm gonna go ahead and man, oh man, goodness gracious, just name change. Oh, they did change their name. Well, that's kind of weird. All right, guys, so I'm just looking at, you know, the Qs back up to that supply area. It's trading above that VWAP. You know, it's really wanting to hold it, stay. It's doing its absolute best to do it. You know, it makes me want to get out of this trade. You know, I'm up money. We'll technically break even on the trade itself. We were up money until I hesitated. But, you know, you guys got to understand, trading is extremely hard. When you get in these positions, emotions take over. You know, when you're watching somebody else trade, it's totally different. It's like, oh, you know, you put all the trust in him. You put all the trust in the guy that's doing the trades. Well, that's because you have no raw emotion and it's not your capital behind this. But when it is your capital behind this, and that's why people say they don't believe in paper trading. People don't think paper trading works. I will say paper trading works so you get the understanding, the fundamentals of how to buy in, how to buy, sell, how to make an order, how to make a market order, how to do bracket orders. All that good stuff is great for paper trading. But to actually learn how to take trades, hold on to positions, to do all that, paper trading isn't worth a dang, guys. You aren't going to learn anything emotionally, and that has 90% to do with these tradings. Because you guys see me, I point out all these levels all stinking day, but yet my trading isn't the best. I'm not the best trader, right? I'm trying to become a good trader so that way I never have to go to work again, right? So that's what we're doing here. I'm learning with you, I'm trading with you, and I'm doing my absolute best to do commentating and analysis all at the same time. So you can see, I point out all this stuff, but to actually hold on to the trade, to actually do what I want to will myself to do is so much harder, especially when you have P&L staring you in the face. So we were up, we were doing great. We were down here, you know, I wanted to take off the full share size, but I'm like, hey, I need to stick to this plan. But the overall market is looking pretty strong. It is trying to break out of the supply area. This is probably my last chance that I'm going to give this. I want to see these things fail. What's dragging this market up looks like NVIDIA wanting to push up higher and higher and higher, as well as a few other stocks. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla looks like it not only pushed up higher, but it's trading sideways in this area. So will it hold or will this break down? Because it looks like both Tesla and NVIDIA are what's holding this market up. So if we keep seeing these things want to hold, these things want to stay, then Meta might also want to hold, it might want to stay. But if these things start to break up higher, I think we're going to see Meta also break up higher. So Meta being an absolute beast lately, I am short in this stock about 100 shares from, let's see, from 190.83 So that's, we're not too far. We're, this red line right here is where I'm at. So we're not too far from being back to break even on this trade, which always sucks, guys. You never want to be back to break even after you were up a large sum. But, I'm talking out loud. I'm letting you guys know how I feel so you can learn from this. Let's take a look at Apple now. So Apple looks like it's just trading like the other stocks. It's trading above this area. It's looked very strong in this. Just bouncing above that VWAP area. Now, it does look like it's creating on the 5-minute what looks to be a head and shoulders pattern. Let's take a look on the hourly here. And the hourly, you can see it's trading right into its area of supply. So we do need to be careful at these highs, but if this thing is breaking this downward trend line out and it wants to push higher, come back and retest and head up higher, I see that being very, very bullish for the overall market in general, because we know if Apple moves, we know if Google moves, we know we're going to see some bigger trades. Now Google, big fanboy for Google down here, guys, and look what we got, a nice, beautiful push right up into this $94 area. So what do I expect in this $94 area? Well, anytime we've gotten up here, we have sold off. So I'm expecting this to act as its resistance. If it wants to act as resistance and head on lower, it's going to take the overall SPY with it. So let's take a look at the SPY since we're talking about it. So the overall SPY is up in here, all up in here, right? It's all up in it. And it's trading at its highs right now at 392.02. Now, we do know we have some resistance in this area because if we look back here on these days, we can see we have some traded volume. Let's just go ahead and draw this line out here for you. So we have an interesting area right. Have I already drawn this once? So it's actually right on this area, back in the Dizzy. So keep in mind, we might see some resistance here, but if this thing breaks out, guys, and makes this our new lows, I'm not going to be angry. You aren't going to see me grumpy or mad about that, because my main area where I bought I bought 6 more shares was at this 400, defending this 400 area. So if we want to keep on heading higher, I'm okay with that. We're starting to see quite a bit of volume coming in these areas to the buy side for the SPY. So, this might be the area. This might be the day. This might be the day that, it happens, that things really start taking off, and, the FOMC meeting comes out and the Fed says, we're done doing rate hikes. That might be the day that the market did find its bottom, that we do start heading higher. So when you see things like these V-shaped bottoms, guys, just keep that in mind. That could be tall tail, but we still are under a 200-day moving average, and it looks like it is it's right up on that 200-day moving average. So that might be just another big reason to kind of hold your shorts and kind of see where the market's going to take us, because as of the Qs, we are still into its supply area. Even though it's pushing, we are in its supply area. So if we look across the board, we should see this into some supply areas as well. So like NVIDIA, it is in a supply area, but NVIDIA's been strong with the overall market regardless. Ever since this gap up on earnings on 222, we've had a beautiful push and a stay. I mean, look at this. This 230 has been so strong in this area. So, who knows for NVIDIA? This thing, might just want to keep on trucking and leave the market behind with it. And if it wants to keep pulling up the Q and keep that thing trading sideways, that's only going to look good for it. So, let's see. Apple breakout level 153. Above target is 165. Stop loss 150. So, let's take a look at Apple to see what Joshi's got an eye on. So, we're going to do this on the hourly. So let's take a look. He's got breakout level of 153.70. So we're going to do this 153.70. All right. I can see that. 153.70. We're going to just do this in yellow. So that would be the breakout area, and you're saying target would be 165, 150 is your stop loss. So here's your stop loss. Here's your breakout entry, and you said 165 would be your area to get out. So this is what Joshi's looking at. He's looking at this. He's looking at just the simple fact that if you get in here at this breakout, risking 150, you're risking 2.31%. And if you're holding it, you're going to gain 7.43%. So I like those odds. Those are like 1 to 6, 1 to 7 odds. If I if I did that right. So keep that in mind, guys. That's what Joshi's looking at. Those aren't your trades. Those are his ideas. So it's looking really good for the overall market. You know, it looks like we're getting this, you know, nice push here in Meta. It looks like we're getting a nice push in NVDA. We're getting a nice push in Apple. But can it hold those pushes in these areas? I think that's the real question here. If we start to see a lot of shorts piling on like I'm piling on, and then you see a lot of these areas break out, that's only going to push things a lot higher, guys. So keep that in mind. You know, if we get a lot of people like myself in these trying to short right here because they think this thing can't go any higher, and then it breaks out. Well, that's why we have a stop loss sitting up here, guys. Because if it does break out, if it does go higher, I know where my line is in the sand, and I don't want to be a part of anything that goes higher than this. Now, might it go higher and then just sell off? Absolutely, but that's not what I am trading right now. I'm trading this high, and I'm using that high, and if I want to get stopped out and then try to get back in, I'd rather do that than hold on to a trade that just launches to the north side. Could you imagine being in this thing in pre-market, not being able to get out because you're stuck in this thing? Say I add 25 shares short right here and it just skyrocketed, you know, and I'm down $400 or $500. Nothing I can do. I'm gonna have to sell out, and that's why pre-market's so stinking scary, guys. You gotta be really, really careful. Okay. Now we're starting to see some wicking on that 5-minute, which is good news for me, but bad news for the overall market because we want to see our Metas, our NVIDIAs, we want to see all those stocks going higher. We're starting to see a little bit of sell-off here for NVIDIA, not much. We're trading at 240.07, still at its daily highs. Definitely its daily highs. It's highs in the past 2 days, actually, and it looks like we're starting to see it just gravitate to the north side again. So we're going to see, guys. We're going to see what really wants to happen with this. But I really just want to stay this course with Meta. I really do feel like this is a great area for a short. And when I say this, I mean it respectfully. I hope that I'm not wrong, just because I want to make some money, right, guys? We always want to make some money, and I hope you're here to see me make money too and not lose money. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla's looking just like NVIDIA, guys. It's right up here, beautiful push on volume, hanging out above VWAP, but it's running into some resistance. So if this resistance doesn't hold, I think Tesla can actually come all the way down to this 157 area. Now that is a big price expectancy. That's a big move, but I am seeing a big drop here. You know, I'm not seeing anything really want to hold this thing up after that, except for maybe 157. You know, so keep that in mind. If it breaks 157, we're going down to that 144. All right, so those are just my ideas, not yours. So keep that in mind, guys. I'm just looking at it, taking it for what it is, looking at the technical analysis, and trying to get a better idea of what's to come. So if you like my analysis, if you like this live trading, if you want some more of it, if you want to see my shorts, you want to see my videos, just hit that subscribe button, guys. Go through my feed after the show, and you can see a lot more of what I got going on. So will the Fed stop interest rate hikes? 88% of you say no, it won't. And I have to agree with you. I did say no too, because I really do think Fed Powell is going to stay the course. I think he's going to stay the course. He's going to hold out, and he's going to do his absolute best in making sure that he can get inflation down. You know, that's his only job. Not his only job. I shouldn't say that. But his main job is to get those inflation prices down. You know, that's why he's been put as chairman, as board chairman, as Fed Powell, Papa Powell. You know, he's there to try and bring that inflation down. He's there to try and protect the American's dollar. And so that's what he is going to do, and that's what he constantly is saying, that he is going to stay that price. So 88% voted no, 12% voted yes. Let me just bring the vote up on here so you guys can see it for yourselves. I want you guys to vote on this, okay? First of all, make sure you're live. Right here's your live button. Click that live button. Scroll down here, guys, and then smash this like button. We want to get up to 20 likes, and now we have blown through that. So if we can get up to 25 likes, that's going to be even better. We're gonna capitulate. We're gonna break out. We're gonna go even higher than that. Let's try and get to 25, guys. And then, of course, if you like my content, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see what is going to happen with Tesla at this area. It looks like this Tesla under the 200-day moving average. It found a lot of selling off. Now we're getting a nice little push back up into that supply area. It looks like it's right at its what I would call its final stand, this 180. This 180 wants to hold, then we want to see this thing push up higher, come back, retest, and then launch to the north side like a launching pad. If it doesn't want to, well, that's a-okay. This thing can fail as much as we want. We're not in the trade, and if we were, we would be using stop losses. So we're going to see, does Tesla want to hold out in these areas? Doesn't want to stay, because the overall tech sectors are looking very strong for us. We knew that the banking sector, all the money fled there. They started putting their money into less risky assets, and I guess you could call it that. And that would be, your tech sector, your gold. They put it in all those areas. So let's take a look at our banks, just because they are a hot topic. We're going to look at this on the hourly, and it looks like it is trading higher than today's open for FRC. Same goes for PACW, but it just looked like it's trading sideways in that $14 area. WAL now trading towards its highs at $38.80, and we got KEY, Quebec, dish at its lows. So mixed bag across the board there when it comes to those banks, but we just need to give those time to figure out which way they want to head. Will they all move in line together? Well, as of right now, it does look like they're all kind of moving in line together, but how long will they move in line, for how long and how long together? So we will see as the Qs are pushing up higher at 296.99. This is its supply area, guys, that I've talked about. Now, if it wants to come back and test, this is going to be the real test of this 296.33, because if it wants to come back and test, that's going to be the real deal, the real squeezer there, guys. If it wants to come back and test and then start heading higher, that's one deal. If it comes back and tests and breaks down, well, I can salute this thing goodbye and watch Titanic fall. But those are my options. It might not even want to. What if the market is so crazy strong, it just skyrockets, head right to the north side, and then never comes back down? That's always an option. That's not an option I want to see today, but hey, if it is an option, that's a-okay. We will accept the loss, and we will carry on, wayward son. I'm just happy my family is healthy. Excuse all the coughing, guys. I gotta take a sip. This voice is starting to get a little raspy, and we only got an hour and a half left, so we can do it. That ain't no big deal. So what are we doing here? We're trying to stay the course on Meta. We want to see Meta fail in this area, because I have some heavy chips staked on it. We tried to catch this short a couple of times, once here, and then once more after we actually not cherry picking the top. So we're going to see what this stock actually wants to do, what is going to hold out for us, as the Qs is starting to have a little bit of sell-off in this area. We are looking on the hourly on that and the 15 on here. So let's go switch to the 5 minutes, see if we get a better idea of what's going on. Yeah, so Meta's still trading above that VWAP. It's trading at 190.73, as to where the Qs are at 296.93, and do they want to continue to push higher? Now, like I said, if it wants to come back, retest this area to see if it's acting as support, that would be very interesting, and I want to be here to watch that. So let's bring up NVDA. I think I'll get NVDA. So NVIDIA looks like it's getting a little bit of selling off here, nothing much, trading at 240.66, where its highs was 241.14, so it's not too far from its highs still, guys, so be careful out there. NVIDIA still looking very, very strong in this overall market, but into its supply area, this thing is just looked like an absolute beast ever since earnings, so be careful with fighting that trade. We don't want to see anybody getting hurt in the market, so if you are getting hurt, just know what you were already willing to get hurt before you do. So thank you. I don't think I need to do that on the Facebook anymore, but we will just to make sure. So we're gonna head into this, and we will share my screen. Oopa-doopa scoop. There we go. Okay, so guys, let's keep on carrying on. What are you looking at? I haven't caught up on chat. I don't even know if chat is popping off, but we will take a peeky gander. Oh, good morning, bro. It looks like my boy Daniel's in the building. Good morning, Mountain Zombie Dew. I appreciate you showing up and saying hi. We will probably see you very soon. The weekend's coming up, little bro, and I plan on coming to visit. Hopefully, you are not working this time like you always are, but I do appreciate the grind. Keep your nose to the grindstone. The only thing you're gonna need after that is a new nose, the way you keep grinding. So congratulations to you, brother, on working your butt off. So let's see, Tesla target of 163.25 as per my development system and just experience. the accurate levels for taking positions, need to refer technicals. Absolutely, technicals, Josie. Technicals all day, and that's what's helping me keep my stay. But now that I'm seeing this thing hold and hold and hold, it makes me want out of this short. But the thing is I need to hold on for the overall bigger expected move, and we're going to see if it wants to give it to us here. So I'm seeing a big push on volume, but not a big volume sell off, so it's making me a bit nervous here in these areas. I was currently dated for NASDAQ, IXIQ, Dow Jones SPY, and Tesla. Targeting accuracy is very high. Good. Well, if you have a high accuracy rate and you have a good risk reward, you can always make money, and it's always good to collect your data. Some people don't know how to read data, and there's different forms of collecting data. You can collect data yourself. You can go to, I think, SpikeHeat, I think it's called, and you can get back-tested data, and you can ask simple questions like, if the market opens, you can put in your data like, if when the market opens, if the market opens higher than its previous day, how often does it end up green? And you can get an understanding of how many what percentage is actually going to be traded and how good your percentage is when it comes to trading that. So, sorry, I'm talking. Let me focus up here, guys. So basically, if you're getting data, you can ask that data lots of questions. You can ask simple questions like, if the market closes lower than yesterday's close, or if the market opens lower than yesterday's close, then where will the market end up, green or red? And it'll give you a percentage. So if it ends up opening up lower than the previous closing, and it says that 98% of the time, which that's too high of a percentage, let's say 70% of the time, the market will end up green, well then you can base your trades on that. Just as simple as that, guys. You can literally just simply say, hey, how often does this happen? And then take trades off of that using risk management. So that way when you're wrong, you know you're wrong right away. When you're right, you know that you're at least heading in the right direction. And then from there, you can figure out where you're going to take your key support areas, like where you're going to take money out of the market, maybe where you'll add. So that's what's always nice. That's what Josie's bringing up when it comes to actually looking at data. So he's using data. That's great. I always agree with using data. Now, I feel like I get a little lost using data. Anytime I've tried to collect data, trying to do it the ducks method, you know, where you collect all this data and you back test it. The way I collect data is all through chart analysis. I save every single chart that I have. I try to play always the same way, whether it's supply and demand or one of the many strategies I've learned, like a gap up bound short, like the Quillamaligi breakout strategy, like the cup and handle by William O'Neill, like the Mark Minervini volume price analysis, or volume price contraction VPC, whether it's, shoot guys, I play it all. I really do, and I really haven't found specifically what I want to do yet. But what I do know is when it comes to the data, it's so boring and it ruins trading for me when I take the data myself. So when punching it in every single day, if you are a data guy, if you like using spreadsheets, you definitely need to go that route and look up. I'll carry on if I remember it. But there's plenty of guys out there. Like Steven Dux is a good one. He tracks all of his data for those gap up bound shorts, and he will only take, one or two trades like every month, sometimes. So he'll go a very long time without taking a trade because he's a sniper. He waits for that right trade. He loads his books up, and then he plays for the bigger expected move. And he's got a really good win rate too. So Steven Dux is one to look up for that. And there's plenty of other data-driven factors. But what I like to do is I take my trades, I take all the trades, and what do? I put them all in a database. I like to use TraderSync. Now, I'm not sponsored by TraderSync, but TraderSync is an amazing service. I pay about $100 a year or something like that. I get a nice little coupon code with them because I've used them for so long. And they, I asked them for it. It's not because I've used them for so long. It's because I've asked them for a coupon code because I'm a cheap cheap bastard. But anyway, it never hurts to ask. My buddy Brandon Burns told me that. Never hurts to ask, hey, is this the best you can do on this price? But, you know, they look at you funny when you ask them that at the grocery store. So maybe don't do it over milk or gas. But it never hurts to ask, guys. So that's a little excerpt you could take from me there that I stole from Brandon Burns. Oh, how's the coffee, you ask? It's delicious. Mom, I don't know. Did I say hi yet? Good morning, Mama. I did it in my head. I said, Mama, in my head. So I don't know if you heard that or not. But hey, good morning. Good to see you. Absolutely love the support. And I don't care if you're late. You're here. So thank you. Once Tesla gets to 163.25, gets completed, I will tell you accuracy level because I say right now, you will laugh. I like it. If you're talking about Tesla, I've already given you what I have on my Tesla take. You know, so if this thing does, I'll tell you what I think, okay? If it doesn't get above this 180 and it starts to break down, I think Tesla can come all the way down to this 140 area. That's my personal thought, okay? Now, I'm bearish on the market. I'm bearish on the overall market, so I do expect this thing to fail here. Now, I could be wrong. I've been wrong 1,000 times, right? Am I putting money on this trade? No, because I already have money on my meta trade. I've concentrated all my chickens in one basket, but I do think that this Tesla is a good short area, using this as risk. And, you know, maybe I should put my money where my mouth is, but, you know, I'm not going to fight the overall trend. It looks like we're trying to hold out in that VWAP area, and if that holds, I know Tesla can be an absolute crazy runner. So if it does want to head to the north side, I can get behind Tesla, and I think this thing will run right back up to this 190, and it'll test that 190 and that 200 area. So if it wants to break 180, I think we can at least go back up to 192 to test. But if it wants to break down this area, it doesn't want to hold this 180, then I think we could come all the way down to this 142 area, with the exception of that psychological 150 and 160 area that we'll probably see some stutter and some shaking. So that's just my, that's just my ideas. Those are my excerpts. Those are my thoughts. They're not yours. But you know, that it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Because if it wasn't what it was, then we'd be in an alternate universe where things aren't what they are. Okay, that's long-winded, but that is the gosh darn truth. You better believe that. Oh, kissy face, Ma, don't be kissing me on stream like that, okay? I don't like that. You're going to embarrass me, Ma, so stop doing that kind of stuff. Goodness gracious. You know, now my cheeks are red. I can't even trade right. All right, so Meta looks like it's down to 189.52, and Mom, kissy face right back to you. You know I love you. You know I love you. I do actually miss you. You know, I'm not going to lie on stream, so I got to tell you the truth. I do kind of miss you. I do wish you'd, you know, show up, give me a big old hug one of these days. I would appreciate that, because times be tough sometimes, Mama. So Apple is at 153 even, 153 even, and it looks like it's sitting right at its highs at the double top here, guys, at 153.16. Is Apple going to push through, or are we going to see more resistance? Apple's looking absolutely beautiful right here, guys. This might be a nice little breakout to the high side for Apple, or this might be the best time to take a short sale. Only time is going to tell. Let's take a peek again here and see how this thing smells in just a minute. So Apple looks like it is trying to break out, and NVIDIA looks like it's trying to stay the course, where Meta, goodness, Meta still is looking weak, while the overall other indices are looking really strong right now. So what's up with that? Maybe I get out of this, take the hint, and get the heck out of Dodge, or maybe I just hold that trade, make that stay, you know, don't fight it. You know, and I've been in it this long. Why would I get out now? You know, kind of deal. Where I do see Tesla is still fighting in its liquidity area. Let's go through all of it. Tesla is still fighting in this liquidity area. You know, still bouncing around. Maybe this is the institutional ownership trying to sell off, trying to distribute their stocks. This might be the area. And you know, Meta might actually be the tall tale. It had its biggest push. It was the first one to get up to these highs. So maybe it does. It is showing the lead. It is being the leader in the stocks to show what is to come. But I could be very, very wrong here, guys, because that looks like it's creating a new lower high. And if we start seeing some soaking here, you know, that could be a huge tall tail sign too. So we're seeing mixed signals here as Apple breaks its new highs, trading at 153.17. What is going to happen here? And what I did is I drew this little line at this 153 because this is the base, the bottom of that other base over here. So that might be its next stop if it wants to keep heading higher. But we know that these double tops usually can show a sign of resistance. And if it doesn't show resistance here and this thing wants to head higher, you know, goodness gracious, watch out, because Apple is on fuego, delicious and nutritious, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining me, hi, I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you don't like it, well then leave. But if you want to stay and see some more, baby, hit that subscribe button, because you know I love you. I love the support I've been getting from all my family, all my friends. And every time I hop on here, we always get some new guys in here, and they're joining. They're saying, hey, nobody else does it like you, Dave. And I say, hey, no, nobody really said that, but I'm saying it now. So, oh goodness, I'm a goofball today. I need this coffee to kick in. Maybe the coffee ain't doing much at all for me anymore, and this is just me, real, live, raw, in front of you now. If you don't like it, hey, I'm sorry you don't like it, but I love it because I'm having an amazing day in the market. If you do what you love to do and you're doing it, you're going to be a happy guy. And I'm a happy camper, ladies and gentlemen, because I am doing what I love right here, right now. This is what I'm passionate for. I actually have goosebumps while I'm saying it. I really do, and I don't ever want this to ever stop. So let's go ahead and look at the rest of the indices. Google trading up here at 93.92. Wow, what a beautiful trade Google was if you took this thing long down here into the supply area we talked about in the $90 area. We talked about we don't want to trade in the middle. This thing traded in the middle for 2 days, but after it came down in pre-market, it touched and it said, yip, skeedily-doo, let's head to the north side with my boys. And now it's up here in this supply area, just chopping around in 93.95 is what it's trading. So $94 is where it's trading right now. As Meta, it's got a nice little bump up at that 189.91 it's trading now. So we're going to see how that wants to hold up. So I want to revert back to the mean. Let's go back to the SPY and see where we're at. So it looks like we're getting a little push on the SPY, but at that same time we revisited this area, it's just at its double top here, guys. We still have a little ways to go before it actually hits that double top, but we are at what we could consider a double top. As IWM is just trading sideways today, guys. Just sideways. It's holding those gains from its push up from the bottom. So we had a big gap up from the 173, it gapped up to 178, and now it's just hanging out right above that VWAP area, not sure what it wants to do right now. It looks like the overall market is not 100% sure. It is holding all of those gains though, so you can't really complain. It's holding those gains. The market is looking strong, but I still don't trust it, and that's why I'm still holding my short in Meta. I still don't trust these. I still don't trust what's going on. You know, with the FOMC meeting coming out on the 22nd, with CPI showing that we still had an increase in the overall consumer price index by even 0.05%, that was higher than expected. So we know that inflation still isn't exactly taken care of. So will the Fed increase those rate hikes? 79% in the poll are saying yes, it probably will increase those rate hikes. So if that's what happens, that's a-okay. We know that Fed Powell wants to stay the course, and if he's going to stay the course and he's going to bring inflation down, that's going to be hard for any of these speculative stocks to head higher. So what will happen in this area? I think people are speculating that because the banks are failing, that the market is going to take off to the north side, because Mr. Powell will say, nah, we ain't going to rate hike you guys anymore. Big old Papa Powell's here to save your butts, save your accounts. We're going to save your banks. We're going to save the stocks. We're going to do all that. We're going to start printing money again, and then we'll save that inflation details for a later day. And if that happens, guys, then we are going to see the market go higher, because we are expecting rate hikes, and if we don't get those rate hikes, then that is going to be taken by surprise. The market will head up higher usually, and then from there, in the very near future or the long-term future, maybe we will see, a huge flickety fail. AMBI, let's take a peeky gander. Yeah, AMBI is heading back down 13.50 now. So let's see. When we first started looking at this, it was around $11. This might be the area to join in, but we will see. We don't want to take anything too speculative because these aren't your trades. If they're not your trades, they're not your books. You won't be able to hold on to them like they are. It is coming back down here to this $13 area. That might be a psychological area, but I don't see any way to get in or any wow, this does, what this reminds me of? This reminds me of OCEA. Look at the daily here on AMBI. This looks just like OCEA. So right there you have AMBI, and let me just click on OCEA. Look at this right over here, guys. We got this big push up, this big sell off, another big push up, and then we had to sell off. So this thing has got this big push up into these highs, right into this liquidity area, and now it looks like we're getting a sell off. So will this thing base off? Will this thing find a bid and trade sideways and then head on higher? That's going to be a great question, and we're going to see that and see what takes place in the very near future for that. So Meta is trading sideways now, just below that VWAP area. Is it going to be able to break up and get above that VWAP area? I think if we take a look at the Qs, we will be able to have a better idea. So the Qs are just trading sideways into that supply area. Is it going to head down from here and retest that VWAP area? It'd be very interesting to tell. As the Qs went higher, the Meta did not go any higher. It just stayed its ground. It stayed down. It's down, dog, down, be down, get down, boy. And we're gonna see if this thing, you know, it does look like it's creating that high pennant flag. So Beastu, if you're still here, you will see that this is something that can be considered that pennant flag. So if we'll go on the 1 minute, sometimes you can see these easier, but here's your pole and then here's your flag. So this is the flag here. It's making a really nice looking flag actually with a nice base. So I also call this an accumulation, and that makes me right away want to get out of the stock, guys, because if it breaks this area and it wants to head higher, I would consider this an accumulation because it's creating new higher lows, 1, 2, 3, 4, and new lower highs, 1, 2, and then here's its 3. So if it breaks out in this area, I don't want anything to do with this stock at all. So I'm going to go ahead and bring my stop all the way back down here, because if it breaks out, guys, I don't want anything to do with this stock if it breaks out this area. It's that simple. Heck, I might even want to switch my bias right now, right here on this stock, because I've seen this happen many, many times, these accumulations, and you know, we know we're accumulating on that VWAP area, so it's very, very interesting right here, guys. Now, I want to stay the course. I really want to stay the course on the original thing, but if I see technicals start shaping up in these areas, and I start to see, you know, things happen where it's going to break out, I cannot stay the course if I'm seeing another technical pattern. Now, this high bull flag doesn't mean it's going to go up to the north. It means I need to be weary. I need to know that if it does start to go, this thing can really push. Why is that? Well, look, this would be a great time to short. This is a great time to short, and this is a great time to short. So all shorts are in the money in this area. But if this thing starts to push out, it starts to break out, and it gets into this area, we might start seeing some squeezy McSqueezersons right here, and then the juice box really starts to go. Now, I'm not saying on this big boat we're going to see big squeezes, but if a lot of people are looking into the stock like I am, and they see this stock for what it is, they're thinking short because we are in these areas of liquidity. Now, if too many people are looking at the same stock and too many people are shorting, this stock won't work out that way. What is the float on AMBI? That's a great question, and I will look up that now for you. So if we look up AMBI, we will see that the stock is trading at 2.2 million. Goodness gracious, guys, 2.2 million for AMBI. So let's take a look at AMBI one more time. Look at this float, guys. This thing will rip your face off. It'll take those sweaty socks with it, and you could be SCREW'd if you are in this stock and it goes the wrong way. So please be mindful, be careful, and know what you are trading. So thank you for bringing that up. You know, we all want to know what we are trading. So I got 3.75, 218, and 2.2 million on this AMBI. So be very, very careful in this speculative stock, guys. We do not want to get our face ripped off because, you know, reconstructive surgery is very expensive, for one, and two, you know, we don't want to do any damage to our bodily parts. So keep that in mind, guys. We have the Qs breaking down 296 here. And it looks like we have Meta also breaking down at 189.40. Can Meta hold this 189 area, or will it stay its course and keep trading sideways? As the Qs has a very big pullback. Let's see, is NVIDIA and Tesla finally getting that pullback? Yes, we are starting to see some pullback, but is this that pullback and that retest that I was telling you guys about? Is this the pullback and the retest? Let's take a look at Tesla to see if we have a better idea. So Tesla looked like it's finally starting to break down in that area. So that might be a nice risk reward now. Now we might want to use this as risk reward. If it can break this area, we take this short at 179, risking this 180 area, and then seeing and staying the course down to that 140 if it were to get all the way down there. So if the market really wants to fail, if the markets really want to hurt, we know that it could get that low. So keep that in mind, guys. We have Tesla failing pretty hard. We have NVDA. It looks like it's having a pullback, but it does look like it's testing that area. This might be a nice buy for NVIDIA in this area. And let's take a look at the Qs, because we want to see if the Qs are, so the Qs they are retesting that area. It does look like it's holding, and now it makes me honestly really want to get out of this trade, guys, because we are getting a test. But will that test hold? Are we going to get a big enough bounce to keep on heading higher? So I don't want to make any rash moves, especially because we are finally at its distribution area. I've already brought down my stop to these lows, because I know if it does start to break out above this, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. So that being said, I am going to stay the course. I'm going to hold on this 100 shares of this Meta short. And so can this be the first time I actually hold my trade? Can I do it? Hold the trade. I need to find out. I need to take this fear and I need to just shove it, because I need to start trading my hands. I call you guys out all the time on these beautiful trades, and these beautiful trades end up working out really, really well for me. So I've brought down my stop so that way we protect this trade at least a little. Okay, so we'll be up, 20, 30 bucks if we get stopped out. But if this trade wants to go to the south side, if this high tight flag, this pull, this pennant wants to break out on volume, I will be out of this trade. But if it wants to hold its course, if it wants to continue to break down, then that will be a-okay, because we are going to hold that 100 shares short. So here we go. NVIDIA is getting that bounce. The Qs are getting that bounce. We're going to see how high is this bounce. Was that a great call out on the waiting for it to break through, pull back, and then for the buy up? We will see, because if it is, I might have to switch to a tasty little long in Meta, since Meta is doing awesome things in the market, in pre-market, and still holding its overall gains. So if that is the truth, if Meta, because of the big push, this is the way I see it, Meta had a beautiful big push this morning, right? And if that big push wants to hold, while the overall market was pulling back and wants to continue to hold those areas, then that will be a beautiful thing. Let's go ahead, and I'm thinking about bringing the stop down even more, guys, because if it breaks out now above this area, if it breaks out above this area, I'm going to be really skeptical. Now, I also don't want to get caught in, or I don't want to exit out of what I would consider a bull trap, which would be a break of this and then another fail. So, I want to see this thing just fail here, and if it doesn't, it wants to get me out for a big win. Technically, we're up 100 bucks on this trade so far. So if it comes back to stop me out, we'll be up about 50 bucks on this trade. We're about break even totally on this trade. So we're gonna see, is this gonna stay the course, or is this thing want to shoot up higher and keep on heading higher? We will see. I am ready on the buy order if this thing does want to, because it really is looking good here, like it wants to break out. Maybe one more. Can we get one more sell-off and get a little bit tighter? Because that would be really beautiful for this accumulation, because we have now a 1, 2, 3 test with 3 new lower highs. Yeah, guys, if this doesn't sell off here, if this doesn't break down here, I'm definitely going to want to play this to the north side, because it is looking really good. I think I want to bring the stop down even more here. I'm going to bring it right above that last, and if it gets me out, I'm going to be looking to getting into this very quickly. So we're going to see what this thing wants to do here. I do want this thing to fail. Don't get me wrong. I want this to fail because I want to hold on to the short for the long term. If the overall market's going to fail, then Meta's going to follow it in a general sense. These are my ideas, not yours. So if that's what it is. So here we go. I'm going to keep my mouth shut just for a minute, because it is looking pretty nutso right now. If we get out of this, and there it goes. Now I bought 100 shares on that breakout. We're going to see what's going to happen. This is what I consider an accumulation long play, guys. And so I will be holding on to this trade for as long as I possibly can, because I love these accumulation plays. And here we go. Now we got volume coming in. You've seen it here first, guys. We waited for the trade. We've seen the technicals build up on this. Now what am I expecting? I'm expecting this thing to go absolutely nuts. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting this thing to go absolutely nuts. So if it doesn't go absolutely nuts, if it can't push up higher, if it can't hold out these areas, I will not be holding on to this trade for long. I'm expecting the overall bigger move on this. So I want to look across the board and I want to see that everything is looking good. So NVIDIA is squatting down on that area that I said I would like to be buying in for a bounce to the north side. Now, let's take a look at, come on, Michael. Let's take a look at the Qs. So the Qs does look like it did get that bounce, and it is looking like it is trading a little bit higher now off that bounce, but will it hold? That's the question. Netflix does look like it's still trading up towards its highs for the day. As Microsoft, look how beautiful this is as well. I want to switch this on the 1 minute. It looks like Microsoft is setting up beautifully too on an upward accumulation. I mean, this looks beautiful, guys. So Microsoft's looking like a nice long as well. Let me go back to the 5 minute here, and let me put this. We're going to leave that on the minute just for now because I take accumulations on the 1 minute. But we need to see this hold here. If it doesn't hold here and it wants to head down, I'm going to be selling out very quickly. But I do like that accumulation. I do play accumulations. So this is a very nice trade. I'm very excited about this trade. And here we go. We're going to get some volume in here. You know, it is 11, so it's a weird time. Or not the weird time, but it's not the best time to be getting a huge bounce of volume or to be expecting those huge bouts of volume. But if we can get it, we can see Meta definitely climb up to the north side, at least getting up to those highs. That's my half. That's my take half, and then I want to hold on for the larger expected move. But you know how I am with the larger expected move. Usually I just get it all out once I start taking pieces. So I do like that breakout. I'm not seeing nothing crazy going on, nothing crazy happening here in this area, but we need to see this hold, and we need to see the volume come in this area. If it doesn't, well, then this is just a nice little bull trap, and we're going to switch back to the south side. So let's see what this trade wants to do. We're up about $5 on this trade so far. We want to see Meta take off to the north side on volume. Can we get that volume? Can we head to the north side? It's only going to take a little bit of time to tell. It looks like Amazon is bouncing off that supply area. That's very, very good news for the overall market. Let's take a look at NVIDIA to see where that's settling down, and then of course Tesla. So NVIDIA looks like it's trying to get a little bit of a bounce there, and NVIDIA looks like it's starting to get a little bit of bounce there as well. So they were testing those lows, guys. We're starting to get a little bit of bounce across the market, but how much of a bounce are we going to get? So it looks like Meta is just kind of hanging out, just kind of lingering. It's got the worm out there. Does anybody else want to buy this thing? Who knows? It looks like we're starting to break down a little bit. Is this thing going to hold? Getting soaked back up. We've got to remember, we are on the 1 minute here, so we don't want to get too crazy with the technicals on the 1 minute. We want to make sure that the overall move is either into our favor or not, but not every little move needs to count. So we are in Meta with an accumulation long. So let me just make sure we don't have anybody new on chat. So AMBI halted at high a day. Sorry, not red to green, but it will be okay. So AMBI above 17 would be crazy. Potential red to green move on the weekly chart. So let's go ahead and bring this back up. We will bring in AMBI and we'll just let Meta do its thing. So look at that, above 17. You said it could be. Oh yeah, it definitely could be. And we are not a part of this beautiful trade. So Heiser, you're always killing it. I don't know how you do it with these penny cap stock, but I have nothing but love and respect for you, brother, because you seem to call this all right out of the hand, brother. You know exactly what you're doing when it comes to these. And yes, new high a day at 17 would be crazy, and it is halted exactly as you called it. What a beautiful move. Love to see it. Love to see it here first on LoFiTrader. So thank you, Heiser, for being a huge part of the show. Much, much appreciated. Now, we are right back into those highs. We are starting to see a little stutter, a little shimmy, a little shake right up there in these marked areas. Why? Well, because that is liquidity. So what am I going to do? Well, I think what I'm going to do is stay the course. I'm expecting an accumulation long. I want to get that accumulation long. So we will see. We're up about $23 on this trade right now. We are seeing volume come in to the market. So is the overall market coming in as AMBI is halted? The SPY looks like it is trading at its highs, not at its highs, but close to it at 392.64. Let's see how the Qs are doing. Are the Qs doing well? Yes, they're back up at its highs, seeing a little wicking off at the top there. Will this continue to head higher, or are we going to finally see the sell-off that we've been fighting for so stinking long? Now, we did play this big sell-off all the way down to here, and we got out in this area. Why? Because this looks like an accumulation. What is an accumulation? It is where we create new higher lows and new higher lows here, and then new lower highs here. And once you see that, the accumulation area usually breaks right in the center when we get a very, very tight range. I take these on the 1 minute, and you see me take it here, right here in this area at 190.13. So right when we broke out, right here at 190.13, I got into this trade, 100 shares to the long side. Now we are up about $33 on this trade. This thing could easily come right back down and stop me out of this trade. But we are looking for the accumulation long, meaning I'm at least going to try and make it up to this or this area at 192. And then from there, I would like to take out half and then hold the rest for a bigger expected move. Because if Meta wants to continue showing all this strengthly strength, I want to be a part of it, right? So we will see if Meta wants to keep showing the strengthly strength. But if we keep seeing wick offs at these tops and we cannot push through on volume, that means the supply is going to beat the demand and we are going to head down lower. And if that happens, you'll see me exit this trade very gnarly quick, and then I'm going to switch to a short side. So we'll see what happens here. We're up about $26 on that trade. So let's take a look at AMBI, see if it came unhalted, and we will keep Meta up on that right-hand side. So AMBI at 1704, still halted here. We're going to have to throw this on the 1 minute to get a better idea. Look how beautiful this is, guys. This is just clean right here. You got this clean uptrend. You know, we're going to see what this halt wants to bring us. But, you know, you got to be careful with these guys. We already talked about it. I think this has got like a 2 or 3 million float. So, you know, this thing could easily mess your account up pretty stinking bad. So we are above that $17. We're at 1704, as Heiser pointed out to us. And that could be one tasty little trade. The Seeds of Humanity is in here in Meta Long puts. All right, very nice, very nice. I actually was in Meta shorts this morning. I was short Meta up here at that 192-ish area, and we played it all the way down to here. Now I'm seeing accumulation long on Meta, so I switched from my short to a long at this 190 area. I'm expecting to see this thing push up on volume, break through this area of liquidity of 190 and head up to its highs, and then keep on heading higher. So from there, from knowing, from seeing these trades, and AMBI has opened up. We're trading at Wow, we're trading at $18 now. This AMBI is absolutely nuts. Be careful, guys, because you know this stock can easily rip your stinking face off. And as we talk, Meta is also seeing some volatility coming to the market, trading at 190.55, constantly trying to test this 190.50 area. If it can break up through on volume, we might really see this thing rip up. Now, since I've been in this trade, it has been constantly moving up. It hasn't made this trade very sweaty at all. But this 190 area, you guys need to understand that is a high area of volume that was traded in this area. So to get through that, to get through all that selling off, is going to take a lot of volume. And there's AMBI now at 1927 and heading higher. Goodness gracious, Heiser, you could not call that better. We are at 1958 and heading higher. Goodness gracious, look at AMBI, ladies and gentlemen. This is the trade to be in right now. But you need to be careful, because if you're not already in it, we might see some quick sell-off as we instructed you earlier. This is like a 3 million float. This is a make or break your account. So if you're in this high speculative stock, make sure you know your risk. You know what you are risking, because if you don't know what you're risking, you might wake up the next day margin called and hurting like heck. So it looks like we're seeing a lot of resistance there at those tops, at this area. I'm not seeing a ton of volume come in now for this. It's making me a little weary, a little nervous. So what do I want to do? I'm in on the 1 minute. Let's zoom out to the 5 minute. Let's take a look. Not seeing many wicks, just seeing some buying pressure still pushing up on that 190. Let's go ahead and zoom out on the hourly and take a look. The hourly looks absolutely crazy here. Sideways action, fail. Sideways action, fail. It caught this base and it pushed up like crazy. So will this continue its crazy push to the north side, or are we actually going to see some selling off so we can take Seeds of Humanity's puts and turn them into tendies? We will see very, very soon. So you don't want to be in Meta long puts because puts go down and longs are up. So be careful. Meta long put, Alex says. Alex, good morning. Hey, good morning. I didn't even see you. Sorry, Alex. Good morning. Sorry I couldn't make it early. Having some sleeping issues. Well, hey, Alex, we know about your sleeping issues because you always show up late every day. So I'm just happy you're here, to be honest. And you know I got to give you some crap, brother. So it is 11:14, guys. We still got 45 minutes of this show here. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, I'm Dave. I'm LoFiTrader, and I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I'm doing what I love. So if you love what I'm doing, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I want to do it for you. And if I'm looking at something that you are not, or vice versa, however you want to say it, put it in chat so I can take a look at that. All right, so I'm out AMBI at 18 from 1462. That was a beautiful move, Heiser. I love to see it. I know you're printing those tasty tendies. So I need to zoom in on the 1 minute to get a little bit better idea what's going on. It looks like every time we come in here, we're getting a lot of wicking off. So what am I going to do? I'm going to get out of this trade. So I'm going to go ahead and sell market, and boom, good luck on your puts. We just made a nice little $30 on that trade. So now I'm going to look to try and find that short. So I joined the ask, and it got me in almost right away. I was actually, the join the ask was supposed to be up here, but I joined the ask a little lower than anticipated. So we're going to see what this trade wants to do in this area. So we are up a little bit in this stock, but we are shorting now. I am taking the seeds of humanity. I am long on Meta and inputs. LOL. Oh, I see. Well, that'll be pretty confusing. Be very careful with that. You got to be really careful with that. So I'm in Meta short right now. This might be the bad idea because I seen the accumulation. I was in the accumulation, and I decided to get out for a nice $30 win. So we'll see, if this is something, that we actually want to be still shorting. So I'm going to go ahead and add into this. I do like this short. It won't give it to me because it's shorting out. It's going down too fast, too strong on me, but we'll see. I'll take 100 into the short. That's A-okay. If it wants to come back up here and add into it, that's fine, but I don't want to see it stay around this area for too long. So come on up here, slip me in that really quick, and then sell off. That's what I would like to see for some more money. So that was, what a beautiful thing there, guys. We've seen the accumulation. We played the accumulation long. We've seen it wicking off on the top here, and we exited our trade. So we made money on the downside. We made money on the upside. Now, can we continue playing this to the south side? So if we go and look for a little bit of understanding of what's going on, now I need to make sure I get my stop in here because we don't want to give too much of this back, right, guys? We don't want to give too much of this back. If this thing wants to take off and break those highs again, well, then I'm going to be out of this for a small loss. That's A-okay. We take our small losses and we take our big wins. So the SPY looks like it's pushing up higher. Now making a V here, 393.05. Wow, what a beautiful move. As the Q's also trading at its new highs at 297.32 and trying to push higher. Goodness gracious, it looks like I should have stayed in my long because this thing is doing its absolute best to continue to push higher. So do we switch back, or do we just say, hey, we cut our losses and we say, hey, we were wrong on that one? So it looks like it filled me and we are out of Meta. No, we are not out of Meta. Excuse me. We need to make sure we do get out of Meta though. There we go. Now we are out of Meta. We took a $45 loss for the day on Meta. We made a lot of money to the downside, some money to the upside, and then lost a little money to the upside. So we are down in Meta for the day, but the day is not over, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 45 minutes to fight back. Do we want to fight? Do we have the right? Well, I'll tell you this. I'm liking the long now because everything is looking so strong. So that tells me one thing. Hey, maybe I should be looking short, right? If you're not winning, you're losing. But if you're not losing, you're not learning. So make sure you learn a little something every single day from your trades, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little peeky gander at the overall market and see what we should be doing here. So we will look at let's go ahead and look at, wow, OPGN. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen that. Look at the bank stocks, guys. So PACW has been pushing up. It's up to 1551, looking really good. FRC also pushing up from its base. And WAL and Key also coming off those bases, just trading a little higher. Nothing too crazy, guys, but keep that in mind. We want to see these trades do well. So well, we want to see our banks do well anyway. You might not want to, but we got Tesla leading the day with 3.62% higher, still into that area, into that selling off area. But you guys got to recognize the strength in this. This thing is holding out. It is holding above VWAP. It is doing very, very well for itself. So congratulations to anybody that was in this. I know Rabia bought in this area somewhere for her long-term account. So you're seeing a nice, tasty little win there on your long-term account. Not that that even matters because your long-term account, you're not going to see anything too much, too big, too quick. So keep that in mind, guys. For your long-term account, when you're getting in, you don't want to just sit there and stare at your long-term account. It'll bore you to death for one, and two, if it is your long-term account, you shouldn't be watching it anyway. You should be checking on it once every 3 or 4 months, and going about it that route. So, all right. So it looks like I keep getting ran offsides on these plays, so it doesn't look like I know what I am doing when it comes to this area. So what I need to do is I need to stop trading this. I need to cut the small loss that we have and then let it keep on carrying on, because this might just chop me out like it did the other day. And if it does that, I don't want to be in this trade. So we're gonna go ahead and take a peeky gander at everything else that's going on, just make sure I'm caught up. Yep, we're good to go. So it's 11:20, guys. We only got a few minutes left of the day, so I'm pumped to be here, happy to be doing this for you, and I really do wish we maybe stayed the course in this trade. It might end up coming back and bite me in the butt, or this thing, it might be really happy that I did what I did. So that's all hindsight Henry stuff. You don't want to put everything that you know and that you've learned and use it in hindsight, guys, because if you're using hindsight Henry too much, it's a very easy way to get yourself in a lot of trouble. So I am getting chopped up here, but I do really want to stay that course. So I'm going to take one last tasty little trade on this, using this high now as my stop out. And if it wants to break out, we'll call that quits on this trade. So I'm in it for the short, and we're going to call it quits on this trade. If it stops me out, that's a-okay. So let's take a look at the Qs. It does look like the Qs are doing a nice little pullback here, but anytime we had a pullback, it keeps on heading higher. How long am I going to fight this stinking thing? Who knows? Maybe I got to give it all back, So Tesla look like it's just lingering around that 180.79, creating new higher lows with the rest of the market trying to push up. So Tesla not looking the absolute best. Looks like the Russell is looking the best right now. Wow, what a beautiful trade on the Russell. If you guys were in the Russell, it went from that closing price of 1744 and then opened up at 1793 and now is trading at 1800. So wow, awesome job on the Russell 2000 index. That is a crazy good trade if you were in it. So SMH, let's take a look at SMH, because we know that is the semiconductors ETF. And that semiconductors ETF is looking really good, guys. We're trading at 245.03. Had a big gap up this morning, of course, and is just trading very well into that area. So will it do wonders? Will it make us some money in the future? It's only going to take time to tell, but SMH is looking very strong compared to the rest of the market. Yeah, I bet you are glad you sold that AMBI. I bet it is selling off hard. Let's take a look. Yeah, it is. It's back down to that $17 area. That $17 area is a speculative area. We knew last time it hit this, that's where it halted. Price are always interesting for people to trade. So if it halted in that $17 area, you can expect this trade to do a little something right now in this area. So is it halted down maybe? Did it halt down right at that $17 area? That would be very interesting. Man, I have a feeling that we're going to break. I have a feeling that the overall Qs and everything is just going to break here, but that's me. That's just me, guessing, right? I'm trying to will the market down apparently. So I need to be really careful with that, because you don't want to get too many biases. You don't want to get in too much trouble when you start thinking, the market's just going to keep on going up. When the market gets up to these highs, guys, I really do try to look for the shorts. I try to find the shorts, and I try to short it when we're up at these highs. And the biggest reason why I've learned from this is because I've tried to buy breakouts. I've tried to buy breakouts on these highs. I've tried to, will the thing to go higher. But really, when you get these highs and you get these breakouts like this, that's when you want to short. That's where all the big boys are exiting their positions. Their big boys are exiting positions at these highs, and that's the best place to take these shorts. So keep that in mind, guys. When you're taking these breakouts, you need to be really careful with breakouts. You need to make sure you have a risk in mind, because I've been hurt so many times trying to play breakouts, or for the same matter, breakdowns. So it's better to, short at the highs and long at these bottoms. So if you want to play this range, this would be the short, this would be the long, right? And same goes. If this is the short, this is what you're risking, and this is where your expected exit is, unless you're looking for an even bigger move. So keep that in mind, guys. You don't want to just short anywhere. Know your levels, know where your levels are at, and that's why we do the pre-market prep, so we can look at our SPY, look at our Qs, and learn our levels. Now, they don't always follow those levels to a T, but you can tell, drawing these in. I mean, I'm not making these up. Anytime it came up and touched this liquidity area, it sold off. And then once we finally broke through it, now we're up into a next liquidity area, but it's just eating through this liquidity. I mean, it's just so strong right now. You know, so it being that strong, you know, guys, I can't do it, damn it. I just cannot do it. I can't hold. It's so hard to hold in this crap. So, you know, it makes me want to just get out for this $10 win, but that's not the damn trade. It's not the trade. It's just looking so strong. The Qs are looking strong. Everything's looking strong. Let's zoom out on the hourly really quick before I get myself all. So we're at the very highs. So we need to see what they're going to do at these highs. I'm going to hold on to this because I want to see what it's going to do at these highs. If this thing breaks out at these highs, yes, of course, we are going to see an overall bigger expected move for the overall market in general, for the SPY and for the for Tesla, for NVDA, for, you know, all of that. We're going to see, because somebody's going to be carrying, somebody's going to be breaking these trades out, you know. So let's take a look, because Meta looks like it's approaching those highs. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trading at those highs as well. Let's look at Tesla. Did Tesla break out yet? Tesla is trading at those highs as well. So, you know, they're all pushing. They all just keep testing. One of these times it's going to test and it's just going to break out to that high side, kind of like I expected with that accumulation long that we were seeing build up right here, and we played it. You know, we played this accumulation long, and we got out at its resistance because we seen it breaking down. Now it looks like it wants to take off higher on volume. Look at this volume here coming in, guys, a little bit higher than expected. Now going to stop us out for this trade. It makes me want to get in big, baby. It makes me want to take this breakout, because this right here is that accumulation long that I was telling you guys about. It just keeps on rocking to the north side. So will it head up higher? This is the second time trying to break out this area. We were in long down here. We held on to it. We took 30 bucks out of it. Then we seen the sell side. We seen the sell off. We played to the sell side. We broke out. We stopped. Now, can we hold for the bigger expected move this time on the long? We shall see. If not, you know, that's A-okay. We will see this thing flood and fail. So let's take a look at the Qs, because we know we're at its all-time highs on the Qs. All-time highs on the Qs. We're starting to see a little bit of selling off there at those tops. Goodness gracious. What does Qs want to do here? Does it keep approaching? Does it keep pushing? Does it keep fighting? Because the overall market, at least on Meta, is looking really scrumptious, like a breakout trade here. If this thing wants to take off, just like I said down here, it really can move. It moved down here. It only moved up about $1.50. I'm expecting this thing to move up at least $2 or $3 on this trade. So here we go. Now we're starting to see a nice little push. Can we get some more volume in, please? And thank you. We're at 190.97 for this Meta trade. We're up about 20 bucks so far on this trade, and we're going to see, does the Qs want to keep pushing higher? Now, Meta is going to help this thing push higher. Will NVIDIA also help? Can we help get some help from our friend NVIDIA? NVIDIA is trading at its highs, and it looks like it's trying. It's trying some volume coming in here. So will it push higher, baby? Let's go, let's go, let's go to the north side, please. Can Tesla, now Tesla held out this long on its VWAP area. Is Tesla going to help with this push? Because I promise you this, if Tesla wants to push here, it's definitely going to help the overall market. As Meta is trading at 191.35, we're up about $63 on this trade, guys. Will Meta continue higher and another push? 191.58. We are up and green on this trade right now. But how high can Meta go? If it keeps pushing, who knows how high this stock can get. But we are looking really good for Meta right now. Should I completely exit this trade and make that money, or do I hold out for an even larger expected move? It looks like on the 1 minute we are oversold. Let's take a look at the 15 minute. 15 minute has been oversold. Let's take a look at the 1 hour. The 1 hour has been oversold. So guys, be really, really careful. We are in oversold conditions on the overall RSI. On the 5, the 1 hour, the 15, we are oversold. So that being said, this might be an area of trimming or an area of exit. So you know, I'm always too late to trim to the party, and it's coming back down to test. So do we give it all back, or do we hold on for the larger expected move? Now, we did get some volume in. This could be considered its blow off top here. This could be considered, you know, it made a new lower high. There's a lot of things to consider with this, guys. So we need to look at the rest of the stocks. If we're only getting this big move in Meta, but we're not getting this move in Tesla, and we're not getting this move in, let's take a look at the Qs. We are getting a nice little move in the Qs at those highs, but like we said, these are its peak. It's at its peak right here. So will it fail at this peak?
Let's take a look at Netflix. It's down on its VWAP, but still over its previous day closing. Microsoft, beautiful push here as well. It looks like it is breaking out, just like we talked about right here. It looked really, really nice. This was a nice little breakout trade here for Meta. Let's take a look at Amazon. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Microsoft, not Meta, guys, but Meta had the same thing. Amazon too. Amazon just looks a lot like Microsoft. It came back down, tested its liquidity area, and then took off to the north side. Still trading higher at 94.77. So can Amazon hold out here? We would love to see it, especially because if Amazon goes higher, we can expect a lot of the other trades to go higher. So let's take a look at NVDA and see where that's sitting. So NVIDIA is still pushing higher, 241.55 at its all-time highs for the day. Now Meta is trading at 191.32, giving me a little pullback here, trying to fight, but that's a-okay because I like this trade. I'm seeing the volume come in here. We're going to see a little bit of a pullback here before maybe, just maybe, somebody will come in here and start buying it up because they like it as much as I do. Now Tesla looks like it's trading just above that VWAP. This might be a tasty little trade because this area has been, this 180.55 area is not just psychological, but it does have a lot of meaning through and through. It's a nice holding area. So if it broke out through this area and now it's testing, just trading sideways, it looks like Tesla does want to trade higher from here. So will it happen? Can it happen? It's well below its 200-day moving average. So it's hard to really take Tesla seriously until it's above that 200-day moving average. So we will have to see, guys. We will have to see. All in good time. So we are at 11:31 right now. We have plenty of you guys watching this stream. So thank you very much for being here. We're going to end this poll. The poll was, and you can see it pop up here, will the Fed stop interest rate hikes? No. 80% of you say no. 19% of you say yes. So if the Fed stops the interest rate hikes or slows the interest rate hikes, we can exceed the overall market expectancy, go to the north side. But if they don't, if we don't have that expectancy and they decide that they're going to continue rate hikes, then we can probably see the market continue to fall and slowly fail. If it doesn't, if the market doesn't and it fights these rate hikes, that means all the bad news has been averaged into the stock market already, and the stock market might want to head even higher. So keep that in mind, guys. I am in Meta long at 190.76 right now. We are up about $65 on this trade, but the trade's not over. We might give some of that back. We might make a heck of a lot more. But Tesla looking absolutely beautiful on this trade. Not so much an accumulation, but maybe if we zoom in on the 5-minute, we can reduce some of this crazy information and just take a peeky gander at what it really is doing here. So on the daily, we can see that it pushed up through its resistance area, and now it's coming back down to test it. And every time it's tested, it's bounced up higher. So I like this 180 area for a long, using it as a risk. This might be really, really nice for Tesla. We're gonna have to give it some more time though to tell. Just trading sideways is always a good news for the stock. So keep that in mind. It's always good news if the stock's trading sideways in my book, because it creates a range, it creates an area of risk and reward for you to take. So Tesla looks like it's getting a little bump here, 180.98, and Meta it's trading at 191.43. Let's go ahead and look at AMBI to see where it sits. So AMBI did bounce off that $17 area that I was talking about. That 17 was its halt price. So it came right down, touched that 17 area, and now ripped back up to $19.50. So be careful in this stock, guys. We already told you this is a rip your face off kind of stock. So we got Meta looking like a nice little pullback here on less volume. Let me zoom in on the 1 minute to get a better idea. Yeah, we are seeing Meta pull back and not as much volume as it pushed up on. So if we can keep this up where we're pulling back on small volume, pushing up on higher volume, that'll look really, really good for the overall stock, and I'll be happy that I'm still in this trade. So we're going to see what this wants to do. We are in Meta for an accumulation long, and we're expected to move higher than this. So we are in a trading area. If it can push through this last one and see new highs, this might be absolutely beautiful. AMBI now trading back up at its highs, 2072 for AMBI. Wow, what a move, what a move, what a move. So we might see some expected selling off at those highs, or we might see some push through on volume. If it wants to do that, this thing could get really volatile really, really quick. PXMD. Oh, goodness gracious. We got about 23 minutes left in stream, guys. Thank you so much for being here. do appreciate your time. I appreciate your patronage and your support. That support helps me every single day get up, get in here, and kick some butt, because I want to do it for you and I want to do it for me. But most of all, I want to do it for my family, because if I can get good at this, if we can just get good at sticky stocking and taking tricky trades, we might make some bigger money, and I can spend more time at home and less time working on everybody else's projects but my own. So let's hope, and I say that respectfully, we have awesome days in the market. We can see some sentiment. We can take some trades and we can play our plays, because I am a player, and I hope you're a player too, because if you're not a player in this game, then you're just getting cheated, baby. Just getting cheated. We don't want nobody getting cheated in here, so let's stay safe. So if you're looking at something as speculative, if AMBI, know what you are trading, know the float, and know how those floats trade. So you might ask me, hey Dave, how does a low float trade? Well, a low float is anything under 100 million in my book, and that thing will rip your face off. Anything under 100 million means somebody with a small share, small size account, meaning if they have a couple $1 million. Yes, that sounds small. That's not small, but we're going to act like it is. If they come in with millions of dollars and they start buying the stock up, they will move that stock on you. So AMBI, I can guarantee there is somebody in here manipulating the stock, whether to take it higher or lower or do what it wants to do. So now we got Meta breaking out at 191.69. It broke its highs. I should say it's not breaking out, but it broke its highs here, and it didn't sell off hard. So that's really good news, and here is some more volume coming in for it. So now we're starting to see a lot of volume come in from Meta at these highs, which is really, really good news. And now AMBI trading at 21.15, breaking out of that high area. So I want to go through, let's check out the banks. So the banks are still trending higher, 15.1 for PACW, FRC is trading at 46.73, WAL at 37.24. We have Key Bank just trading sideways at 13 even, so nothing too crazy going on there. Let's go ahead and check on our overall indices. So the SPY looks like it's having a small pullback. We're seeing some wick off Toppersons on that 5-minute. It needs to come back here and at least test this VWAP, for goodness sakes. But hey, it is at least up higher and holding some of its gains. The IWM also just trading sideways at 178.63. We're going to see, does this thing want to continue to hold or does it want to sell off? As the Qs are holding out at these tops, but we're seeing wicks on this 5-minute. Now, it's only been 15 minutes up here, but it's holding its course, which is absolutely amazing to see. We're not seeing quick, rapid-fire sell-off here at these peaks. So it's amazing to actually see this. It really, really is. I'm just befuddled seeing this. The market really took me by surprise today, and I hope it continues to surprise me, because I did not expect this big of a push in the market today, guys. So I really do hope it continues to surprise. I hope it continues to head to the north side for everybody's account, because I know you got a retirement, a Roth IRA, 401k, anything like that. You are seeing some tendies to get printed this morning and yesterday for you. So Netflix just lingering like a stinky fart, not looking good compared to the rest of the overall stock market. Microsoft still pushing, breaking these highs. Goodness. These were its weekly highs that it's trying to get over right now. Guys, if this gets over these weekly highs, holy crap, watch your backs, guys. Watch your shorts. Be careful out there, because that could mean we have some crazy moves in the market. And with Meta being the strongest one in the market right now, that would be great to see Meta break out higher. It would be great to see a lot of these stocks break out higher, because Meta is going to end up being the leader in this stock if it is. So let's go ahead and look at NVDA and see how that's trading, because that was our leader before. So Now, I need to reassess the situation. So NVIDIA is still looking like our leader, because it's not too far from its all-time highs of the weeks, right? Now, it's not too far from there, but we're going to see some resistance in the area that it's at. Now, if it wants to keep on pushing, that's A-okay, but we need to bring up the fact that Meta is about to break those weekly highs, and then our next fights will be from about 3 weeks ago, back here in 2/3/23, so last month, guys, and now it's breaking out higher. This accumulation long is working out amazing for us. We're up $145 on this trade. I am expecting this thing to break out even higher now that it hit these highs. But do I need to trim? Should I get all out? Well, I tell you one thing, every time I say I should probably get all out, I don't, and then I wish I did. So now we are up $50 on this trade, and that was a $150 move right there on an accumulation long. So I really hope you enjoyed watching me take that trade, because that right there was a tasty little trade. We took an accumulation long from here. We got out when we seen weakness, and we got back in when we seen strength. And now we're out at these peaks. Why? Well, because I don't trust these tops. And now NVIDIA is heading back up to those tops. And if we look at the Qs, where are the Qs trading? So the Qs just broke out just above that supply area. Now, I don't want to sit here and try and fight. I want to see that Meta at these tops are going to hold this area before we try to get in long again. If not, this might be the liquidity push that I was looking for to try and find a tasty short. Now, of course, this thing should have a nice little pullback, but I'm not going to try and play that pullback. I'd rather play a reversal, try and play the bounce, because we're seeing strength to the upside in the overall sector. So the Qs, look at the Qs pushing up higher, looking absolutely amazing. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla also looks like it's trying to break out of these tops, just like everything is sitting at their tops right now. So is this the best place to buy, or is this the worst place to buy? That is the real question here, guys. But if you can find good risk management in here, I would say go for it. Find your risk management and go for it. Take your trade here, guys, and have some fun. Just know that your risk, know what your reward is, and be safe with your trade. So look at Tesla. It really sitting at these highs here, guys. You know, if Tesla wants to break out, goodness gracious, it's going to go to at least that 192 area. At least that's my personal thought. These are my opinions, not yours, so keep that in mind too, guys. So we're at 181.53, and we got about 18 minutes left of my trading day in front of you. And then I got some business to take care of at my boy Skip's house. So we'll see if that's something that we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I trust these highs. You know, this thing's getting soaked right back up, but you know, I'm such a bear. I'm such a bear in these markets, you know? I'm such a bear. Oh, goodness. That's some really, really good coffee. Yeah, these pushes up high, you know, it makes me really think like, hey, this is where, but at the same time, look, we get these big pushes up, and then look at the volume. There's like no sell-off volume here, you know, like not compared to this push, you know, so it makes me really wonder. It makes me really think, hey, you know, is this going to hold? So here's a cup. We're going to see if it wants to hold a handle. I know this is on the 1 minute. Let's zoom out to the 5 and see if we can see something a little better. So yeah, I'm still liking this as a short, guys. We're up at these highs, you know. If we look at all the stocks, you know, let's take a look at MSoft. Let's see what MSoft is doing here. So we got Microsoft in the top left-hand side here. It's trading, yeah, right at its peaks, right at those tops. Look at that. That is crazy. Like, I can't not take this trade right here. So I'm going to try and get in short 100 shares, just risking that top, because it looks super, super weak right now. So if it can just wick me in here, you know, I'm not going to be in here for a long time. It's going to be for a short time, if you will. That was a good one. All right, so now we're in short, and I'm risking these tops. What is the risk? The risk is 100 shares short, and we are risking, and it looks like it wants to push right after we get in. Look at that, guys. It wants to push right after I get in. Is it going to hold this area? We want to see if it can hold this area. So we're going to move this up one more click, because we don't want it to get us out there. We want us to get it out there. So we're going to see. We're right at the top. So if this thing wants to push and get us out, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the market heading higher. But when I see a short opportunity like this, where it's sitting right at its highs, and it doesn't want to push any higher, we see 1, 2, 3 5-minute candles where it's starting to wick off on the top. It makes me like that short trade. So I am going to be in this for a short time, not a long time. If this thing wants to pop up, that's fine. It can get me out. I'll take a small loss. I have no problem taking a small loss for a huge expected earnings, because if this thing wants to go all the way down to VWAP and I take half, hey, that would be some big money. So I'm risking probably around $15 to $20 to try and gain an expected 100 to 200, okay? So keep that in mind. The risk reward is absolutely amazing in these areas, but this is my trade. It's not yours. So if you lose money, don't sue me, bro. Don't sue me. Do your own due diligence. Know these levels. Know why I'm trading these. And know you're only going to get better if you learn from your losers. So if I lose from this, I'm going to learn from this. Maybe I should have a wider stop. We'll see. We'll be hindsight Henry on this thing. So now I'm out. We took a $15 loss on that trade, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, the overall market wants to continue higher. So we will see, because these things can be really tricky in these areas, especially with really tight stops like I had there. So gave a little bit back there. No big deal, guys. No big deal. Let's take a look at NVDA. Remember, we only got 15 minutes left in the trading day. NVIDIA also breaking new highs, heading up to that 242 area we talked about. That's going to be its next stop to see if it wants to continue trading in these areas. Now, Meta back down, starting to wick off on that bottom. Are we going to see it turn around here? I like it. I like the play. I'm glad I got out of the play when I got out of the play. So we're going to see what this thing wants to do. Let's join the bid here and see if we can't get a bigger move, because what I'm seeing on this volume price analysis here, guys, is we're getting these large influxes with to the north side, and then when it wants to sell off, it's selling off on lower volume here, and now it's starting to push up higher. So I may have missed my buy-in opportunity. I'm going to leave this sit on the books to see if it wants to get me in down here at this area. So now we're back in on Meta. So we were in all the way up to here. It pulled back a little bit. We got out of this trade because I didn't want to see this thing pull all the way back and then me sweat it out. So we took our gains. We respected the pullback, and now we're back in looking for the higher expected move. So I'm seeing volume to the north side, but I'm not seeing a lot of volume on the pullback. So that tells me I want to be in this for another longer expected move, playing this as my base. So 191 does look really juicy here. 191.32. If it breaks down from this, this is a soft spot, but if it breaks down from this, I don't want to be a part of this. Now here we go. We're up already $32 on this trade. What a quick move that was. So I'm glad I got into this, and I'm really happy seeing this thing push back up on volume. So this might take a little bit, guys, but I want to see this thing continue higher, constantly pushing higher and not getting big sell-off volumes coming in. And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing a nice expected move to the north side. We're at 191.60 with this trade. I can mark this out for you right here, 191.60. So we're right here on this trade. This is where we got in for a long. So I'll just move this to a green for you so you have an understanding of where and why we got in. Why did we get in? Well, this right here is its support. We knew that all this green push, all this positive volume came in, and then we had a pullback on very small volume. That is called volume price contraction. That's an exurb right out of Mark Minervini's book. So if you don't know who Mark Minervini is, I suggest you look him up. He is got his hands in every stock. Everybody uses his stuff, okay? Everybody does. He's one of the greatest traders alive right now. He's won the championship investing multiple times. He has definitely earned his keep as one of the greatest traders out there. He's also been interviewed multiple times by multiple different amazing interviewers. So definitely go check out Mark Minervini. You can find a lot of his stuff on YouTube. You can see on my Twitter, I do a lot of posting on Mark Minervini. Maybe not a lot, but a lot of posts of other people posting on Mark Minervini. So yeah, so just know that. Keep that in mind, guys. When I say volume price contraction, or if I talk about any trades, I'm learning it from other traders. I didn't make all these up. I'm learning from other people, and I'm taking those trades and using my own risk management, putting my own spin on it, and then regurgitating that information right back to you guys. That way you can learn from me. You can learn from my mistakes, you can learn from your own mistakes, and you can learn from all the other mistakes that other trades are making as well. And you can also learn from the wins, but I'm telling you guys, there's more information in the losses, right? You're going to absorb more information from losing than you are actually winning and making money in the market. Because if all you do is win and you don't lose, then when you actually do lose, I can almost guarantee you guys it's going to be way bigger than you ever expected. So now we got a double top with a new lower high here, and it's not breaking out. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this, and we're going to say, hey, another $15 win right there. Whoops, I just bought more in, so now I need to sell this out. So now we're up, okay, whatever. We're up another 10 bucks on that trade, and now we're going to sell out of this last piece here. Actually, I shouldn't But yeah, I'm not going to. We're going to hold on to this for the bigger expected moves. And we're starting to see some soaking. So what happened there, if you guys didn't follow, it started to break down. I actually ended up buying more shares instead of selling those shares. It popped back up, so I sold those shares, and then because I'm starting to see volume come in, I'm holding that last piece for the bigger move. So we're up another, $20, $30 on this trade. We're gonna want to see if this thing wants to keep pushing higher. If it doesn't want to push higher and it wants to break down from here, I'm not gonna hold on to this thing for long. I'm not in this thing for a long time. I'm only in this thing for a good time. So doesn't want to keep pushing higher. It looks like we get a little bit of sell-off from NVIDIA. What's the Q showing us? It looks like we are getting some sell-off from the Qs at those highs, guys, so that's not looking too pretty for us. But we know that if Meta wants to push higher, if NVIDIA wants to push higher, if all these larger cap stocks want to push higher, then we know for an absolute fact that Q is going to be forced to move higher. So let's look at MSoft, good old Softy over here. Look at this, Softy broke through those highs and now looks like it's pulling back. Man, it makes me want to take another trade on this, but definitely makes me want to exit this because everything is at its highs. Meta's the only thing that, well, Meta's at its highs too, but will it break out? Can it break out from here? Well, Meta is leading, I do believe. Everything is just so close. So let's take a look. Let's see what we can do here. So NVIDIA trading at those highs, but Meta trading at those hisers. Let's take a look, guys. So here's the difference. NVIDIA is at all-time highs, as where Meta is just breaking its previous highs. Okay, so if NVIDIA wants to break this area, it really can get some legs and pull the market up higher, which will pull up everything else around it with it. So if we want to break down from here, goodness. This is hard, guys. This is hard to figure out. The markets are so volatile. We got a lot of trading action. We're on a cusp right here. Like, I'm going to be leaving you in 10 minutes, and we're right at this cusp where this thing could really break down or really break up to the high side. So make sure you mind your P's and Q's, guys. And if you're going into any trade, what you need to do is know your stop losses, right? Know your stop losses. Know what you're working with here, guys. Because if you don't know your stop losses, this thing could just tank on you, and if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna end up getting really, really hurt. Okay, so keep that in mind. I have my stop loss set for here. If this thing wants to keep breaking down, I'm not going to accept this going any lower than right in this area. Okay, so I got a soft stop on this, and I think that's it makes me want to push out here. NVIDIA is starting to push up a little bit higher. I don't know. We're gonna use that last wick there. That's gonna be our stop loss. That's gonna be where, if we go any lower than this, I'm not gonna want to be a part of the stock. So right there is where I'm calling it quits on that big wick off bottom that got soaked up. So hopefully that cleared its liquidity out. That's what I like to see. I like to see a quick push down and a snap up, and then I can use that liquidity soaking up as my risk. So there we go. I like the risk. We'll see if there's any reward in it. So let's go out and look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still trying to push into that area, into its tops, into its peaks there. Let's take a look at MSoft, because I'm telling you that MSoft, I really like it as a short, man. I really do. This double top, all this crap going on. It was just under its 200-day moving average. Now it's popped up right at its peaks. What is going to happen here? What is going to happen here? I just can't. I can't see not being in this dang trade, at this height. So why can't I? Let's see. Why won't it let me? Let's see. Join the ask. All right, we're out of the meta trade. We took a $14 loss on that meta trade. We're still up $46 total on meta. Is this where meta breaks down? Is this its triple top or its double top without breaking through the second time? So now's the time to get short. It's a good question. New Vision, MARKR. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, New Vision. Try and reword that. I think SPY may give small up move at least to touch 193. So let's take a look at the SPY. I just really want to get in this thing short here. I don't know why it wouldn't get me in the first time. Very interesting. I shouldn't have. That's weird. Let's see. Why would it say I exceeded it? We got plenty of cash in here, and I'm not on PDT, so why would it let me trade? Definitely not margin called here, so very interesting here. It's not letting me get into this trade. We're gonna have to see. Oh, there we go. Now it's of course, now it's gonna let me in. How silly. Oh, so silly. Oh, so silly. All right, so we're in this meta trade short. This is the bottom breaking. This is probably the worst place to get in, so I need to get out of this area. This is the buy area, not the sell area. This is the sell area, not the buy area. Keep that in mind. So Meta is trying to use this as a base. It's trying to hold out. We're going to see what it wants to do here. If we look at the volume price analysis, it looks like we are getting some volume coming in here, and we are staying the course. So it does look like this thing wants to continue to push higher, as that Microsoft short was not a good idea if it keeps on pushing up higher. So A-okay, we're going to see. Now, I'm really surprised it didn't get me in right away. We're definitely not under the PDT rule. Definitely didn't get margin called today, so what's going on with that? So I'm just going to go ahead and try and play this short area here, because we're starting to see new lower highs on this. So if it wants to push up, if it wants to get me in on this short, that'll be a quick risk to reward ratio on that. But I like this. I really like this. So it keeps rejecting it. Can I not get that many shares in short on Microsoft? That's really crazy to me. So very interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to have to look that over so we can learn from that. But if we can get into this meta short, goodness gracious, you know, I'd like to be in it. Unless it keeps, yeah, it's going to keep making those new lower highs, but we're in it. I'm going to just go ahead and use this top as my buyout, because we know this can be extremely volatile, guys. Very, very volatile area. And if it breaks out, we're making this new accumulation look here, which makes me a little nervous. It makes me want to get out now. So I'm just going to go ahead and take my $6, my $7 off there, because we keep talking about right here, we keep talking about all this volume coming in, but I just see these new lower highs at its peaks, at its top. So it's like a double top, but it's holding out this area. So yeah, no, I'm going to have to say this is going to be a big breakout here. It's going to have a double breakout. What do I mean by that? Well, we have this accumulation that it's breaking out, and then it hit its top, broke back down. Come on, get me in there, baby, get me in. Daddy wants to make some money today. So what do I mean by that? So we have this accumulation here, then a breakout that broke out, that is trading sideways as another accumulation right here at its second base. And now it's going to want to break through both of these double tops. And if it doesn't on volume, this might have some really, really awesome sustaining buying power. So I want to be in this trade. I don't want to be over leveraged in this trade. So maybe I buy right when it breaks out this area. You know, right when it breaks out, we'll take 100, and then we'll take off what we can right off the rip. We'll take off 50 right here. Bam. So we sold 50. We're holding 50 more. We're up about 575 still left on this trade. It wants to try and push through its tops. We know this is a triple top here now. This could be a very, very speculative area to be in. Guys, we only got 3 more minutes, and I got to cut stream, and then I got to go do my own thing for a little bit. So please be careful while you're out there. These are some really interesting areas to be in the stock market. It pushed right back up at those highs. This could be getting a lot of people in here for a trap. So please be careful, guys. We are seeing a lot of green volume come in, not a ton of selling volume. So this might be a good area for a breakout. But you know how I feel about those breakouts. Sometimes those breakouts can really smack you across the face. So be careful on these breakouts, especially because it's making another new lower high, and it is sitting in an area of, well, not really liquidity. We're at green skies here if it can break this area. So guys, if it breaks this area, this might be a really nice trade to the north side. So you've seen it. You heard it here first, guys. Now listen, it's the last time I'm going to do this, guys. So good morning, good afternoon now. But my name is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. And if you want to do me a solid favor, a solidity, go ahead and make sure you're live, but you don't need to do that anymore. But make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe. Look at that. We beat the 25, guys. We beat the 25. We're up to 27 likes just like yesterday. Beautiful, done. And hit that subscribe button, guys. My name is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And I took some tasty little trades. We were up about $60, maybe $70 for you today. So we are up today. That's green, baby. You like to be green. You like to see it. Hit that subscribe button, guys, so you can see me here more often. Even if it's not on live stream, guys, I will be posting a lot more videos, a lot more different trades that I've taken. I'm trying to work my way out there into the shorts. We're going to try and make shorts awesome, and we're going to try and see how many, how quick we can get this community to grow. So in the meantime, I'm going to be looking for other ways to help supplement my income while trying to try and take care of all this. So guys, thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you so much for being here today. And really awesome day in the markets. We had a really, really fun time. And, you know, I really appreciate everybody being here. So let me just make sure we don't have anything in chat. Let's see. Mark, full name, the master trader. Yeah. Yeah, Mark. So Mark is actually John. So John Shields. So, all right, guys. Well, let's see. We're going to see if Meta's going to break out or not right here. Yes, it is. So we will leave you with that. Meta is breaking out of its brand new highs for the day. So will it continue higher? Will this be its big sell-off rejection? Only time's going to tell. So good luck with everything, guys. Much love. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really do appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.